So Raw this week coming from London, starting earlier. As a result, I can tell you that it is 5 o'clock local time here in the UK. So a couple of hours and we'll be starting with Raw. Obviously, because it's Raw, it's just live all around the world on Netflix. So that means that there is no later showing. So this is our only stream for Raw, which is okay, but just a bit weird. I must admit, I was kind of happy when we came off that European tour. It is nice going to Europe. I think the crowds are great. I think the energy is great. It gives a slightly different flavor, which is also great. But I don't know, I'm just so into the same sort of schedule. I'm just so used to starting at 11 o'clock at night. The show begins at 1 in the morning, finishes around about 3:30. Then we do our breakdown. I'm just so used to doing that starting at this time feels so strange. I'd imagine this is going to catch a fair few people out. I'd imagine there's going to be a fair few people that kind of miss out on this stream and on this show, not knowing that it's obviously starting much, much earlier. But hey-ho, it is what it is. I think it's only for this week that I think it's only for this week. That is definitely worth checking. Obviously, we know SmackDown is being recorded tomorrow. I don't believe it's airing tomorrow, of course. I think they're just going to tape it, put it to one side, and then air it on Friday. So, with that being said, I do just want to jump over and have a look and see, where are we next Monday? Are we still on a European tour? I mean, if you think about it, we're doing Night of Champions. So, where are we next Monday? Are we back in America? Let's have a little look. So, next Monday is the 20... There. It is in Atlantic City, New Jersey. So, that's going to be Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown being taped. I think, is this the week where there's another special start time? But it's not going to be too bad because we're back in America. Okay. So, it looks like it's still going to be a little bit messy. So, we're doing London. Then SmackDown's being taped tomorrow in London. Then there's a house show on Wednesday in Sheffield. Then we've got Night of Champions, which, of course, we're doing on Saturday. Then next week, they're doing Raw and SmackDown. Again, I think SmackDown is being recorded. Won't air until the Friday. So we've got that next week as well. So it is messy for the next couple of weeks. And then thankfully, when we get here on July 6th, we're kind of back to normal then. You know, back to normal. We're in America. Raw on a Monday. Live on a Friday. Lovely, lovely. So, yes, a little bit bumpy for the next week or so. But that's okay. We can navigate our way through. Let's go over to a preview. Hopefully they've got a preview. They do have a preview, which is good. They do not have a preview when you click on that. But we've got some bits down here. What about if I click down here? We do have the Street Profits against the Vision. Is there really no preview up yet? This is all you get. You are not authorized to access this page. Thank you. Okay, well, we've got social media. Maybe that can come to our rescue. If we go lists and news, I think I did see a bit of a breakdown. If we can find it for Raw, there should be a workaround. I remember seeing it earlier going, right, if the preview doesn't work, then at least we have this. Let's just scroll back a little bit. I think it was Adam Pearce that actually put up a little video, which he tends to do. We won't watch the video, but I did see a post that just had a list of all the... There we go. There it is. Boom. So we've got King and Queen of the Ring finalists speak. So obviously that's going to go down at Night of Champions. The King and Queen of the Ring finalists are gonna, have a little moment. Then we've got Chad Gable. He's going to be appearing on the show. Then we've got Dragon Lee taking on Ethan Page. That could be okay. Then we got the Vision against Street Profits for the World Tag Team Championships. And then we've got Paige and Brie Bella taking on Bayley and Lyra for the Women's Tag Team Championships. I got to admit, it does scream go-home show. I can't say there's much there that I'm like, oh, that's going to be mind-blowing, It does feel like it's a go-home show. King and Queen of the Ring finalists are going to be talking, just, kind of promoing, setting up the scene, setting the table for what goes down at Night of Champions. Chad Gable, I don't know what he's doing. Dragon Lee, Ethan Page, fine. A couple of tag title matches. Vision Street Profits could be good, to be honest. I mean, if you want a banger of a match, that could be good. Paige and Brie against Bayley, Lyra. I know that Paige is very excited because, of course, she's coming back to London. She's coming back to the UK. I think she's really excited for that reaction. So, that'll be fun. I'm sure Lyra, what we've come in from Ireland and Ireland not being far away, will get a great reaction as well. I'm sure there'll be plenty of Irish in the crowds. So, something to keep an ear out for there. But by and large, I don't think that looks to me like a mind-blowing kind of preview. So there we go. That's where we are with everything. Do we know if SmackDown is live tomorrow? I believe it's taped. I don't believe it's live. I can double check it though by just going to Netflix, because if we click on SmackDown, it should tell us when it is on next. Next episodes. June 26th. It said June 26th, available for me on June 27th. So that's obviously going to be at 1 a.m. on Friday. So yeah, according to Netflix right now, they're going to be just showing it at its usual time. So hopefully that means it's just going to all be in sync. I mean, I'll tell you the problem that we might have, and that is, because this has happened before with tape shows, is they probably won't put the ads in for Netflix, but you will have the ads in America on USA Network. So I'm going to have to keep pausing to stay in sync on Friday. It's going to be messy. We'll do our best. But yeah, it's going to be a bit messy on Friday. But no, it's just getting taped tomorrow, so all the spoilers will be out there as well. Although this close to Night of Champions, I can't imagine they're going to do anything too major. So I'd imagine there'll be a lot of kind of backstage segments that we won't get spoiled. But any in-ring action, all those results will be all over social media. Reese says, hello, Days. How are you today? I'm doing all right. I'm obviously still in the process of waking up a touch. But yeah, I mean, I knew this was coming, so I went to bed a bit earlier. I struggled to sleep, though, to be honest, because it is really warm here in the UK. So, you know, I'm feeling okay. But I'm just not a massive fan of these earlier shows. But it is nice for people in the UK to be able to go and watch WWE live, of course. So no complaints from me. I'm looking forward to this week in WWE, says Reese. I'm going to fly to America on Thursday. I'm looking forward to being on the streams over the next couple of weeks. Okay, Reese, shout out to you, but low hanging fruit said, wow, your early days. Did you wet the beds? Oh, I wish I'd wet the beds. That probably would have cooled me down, actually. I might try that tonight. Who Dat Saints J said, Days, hope you're well. Just wondering, have we got any hot takes or predictions for the summer run of WWE through SummerSlam? No. I mean, honestly, I don't have any hot takes or predictions. I mean, I have not given that any thought. I just tend to go from show to show. A lot of the kind of questions that I get tend to be like, what's going to go down at Night of Champions? Where are we heading for SummerSlam? You know, that kind of stuff. I think we just tend to, and I think WWE tends to do that as well, just sort of book from show to show. So I think for me, it's going to be very, very interesting as to who wins at Night of Champions, because there's about 20 different paths we can go down. You know, if Oba win King of the Ring, that takes us in a certain direction. If Brock gets involved and costs Oba and Jay wins, then we go in a different direction. Then, of course, if Sammy wins the title, that sets up Sammy Jay, and it's possible. It's in Saudi. I think it's the least likely option, though. I think Cody retaining is the most likely. So that would set up Cody versus Jay. Then the question is, what do you do with Gunther? And what do you do with Sammy? You know, do you do Sammy Gunther just as a separate match? Maybe you do Sammy Gunther as a separate match at SummerSlam. Perhaps you build it on the fact that Sammy has beaten Gunther before, and so that just gives them something to do. You do Jay, Cody for the title, Sammy Gunther, Oba Brock. I don't know if you do Seth Roman, but it's the match that I think I'd be most interested in. I know there's some people that would do Oba Roman and Oba Brock, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so convinced by going that way. I'd much rather have, you know, Oba just fully focus on Brock, make it a Hell in a Cell, make it, you know, brutal, kind of give them the night one main event, and then have Roman on night two. And, you know, I'd go with someone else, probably Seth. So, to be honest with you, I've given zero thought to any sort of, like, outlandish, crazy predictions or anything that's out there, because I think it's been so challenging trying to figure out where we're going. Because I don't know about you, but this King and Queen of the Ring tournament has gone absolutely nothing like I was expecting. I mean, I was really thinking Seth stood a great chance of winning this thing, and that is just not gone that way. So now you're like, are we going to have Jay win it? Like, what are we doing? Are they going Oba? I mean, Oba would make sense to win King of the Ring, but then what's going to happen with Brock? And then that's where people have started having these thoughts about, you know, doing the double duty thing, which we absolutely could be doing. So I think trying to figure out what SummerSlam looks like has kind of took up a lot of our streams and kind of conversation. Connor said Days Liv has reportedly injured her leg at a live event in Birmingham. What does that mean? Well, it depends how serious the injury is. I've not seen any news doing the rounds about any severity of any injury. So, will she still be able to compete against EO? There's zero news on EO and an injury. So, on Liv and an injury. So, I mean, she could just be a little bit banged up. Could be a bit of soreness. No idea. So we're going to have to wait and see and get an update on that. EO Liv probably going to brawl, says Real John. Could we do Oba Jay, said Humble Rumble. Oba Jay is going down Night of Champions. Yeah, that's our King of the Ring final. It's going to be one of those two that's going to win King of the Ring. Cadet said, I could see Montez and Dawkins taking those tag titles today because Vision doesn't need them, especially Bron, since he's fighting Seth on Saturday, says Cadet. Big Time said Sol Ruka again got put into a position where she got put into a situation where WWE put her in a fatal flaw. I can't even begin to understand this. What? Sol got put in a position where she got put in a situation, she's been put in a lot of stuff, a position, a situation, where WWE put her in a fatal four-way. Very complicated to memorize. Fresh off NXT, Liv gets hurt and Sol gets blamed. I don't know, but I have no idea what you're talking about there. If that's like some reaction to some house show thing that went down, again, I have to say I've not seen much chatter around the Liv injury, so I don't give a flip what the IWC is saying. I could not care less. I look at the news. I look at what dirt sheets are saying. I look at what's Wrestle Talk and, Wrestle Purists and, all those kind of aggregators. I look over in their direction, and there's not anything being said about like a Liv Morgan injury at the moment. So she could be absolutely fine. Again, let's wait for an update and see. I mean, there's no point having a conversation about Soul's botchy or all this kind of stuff if Liv's absolutely fine. And it was just, she was just a little bit banged up after a match. I mean, those things happen. People get banged up after matches. So, I don't know. It seems like a whole lot of nothing at this stage. But let's get an update on it before we really dig into any Liv stuff. Are we excited for NXT tomorrow, said EQ. Naraku said he's going to sign a contract. I can't say I'm massively excited for NXT. I'm just going to be honest. I can't even quite remember what's going down on that show. So I can't say that it's massively got my attention. Obviously, we're a lot more focused on Raw, what with that being, coming up in about an hour and a half. So... yeah, Raw has got my attention right now. In regards to NXT, we are building to Great American Bash, but we've still got a little way to go till we get to that. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I can't say that I'm under the impression it's going to be like a special episode or anything, though. So I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll just be like a normal NXT episode, which is normally pretty good. I just had a look, actually, to see if there was a bit of a preview. Look at this. I just went to have a look, see what are we doing tomorrow? What's happening that's so exciting? There is no preview, but there is this. Sign up now for weekly studio audience registration information. So that's interesting. So you can actually sign up and they'll send you a message telling you how you can be in the crowd for NXT, which I mean, maybe it's always been there and I've just never seen it before, but I've never seen this before. My understanding is a lot of the people that go in the audience for NXT, they get first refusal on if they want to go again next week. And so this is why you end up with like the same crowds. I think it would actually be in WWE's benefit to sort of split that crowd up a little bit. It is nice that they've got that sort of community, but I do think it's also a problem for the wrestlers because if you go in front of the same crowd every week, that crowd is just cheering everyone, They're there for a good time. They, bump into the wrestlers, get pictures. You're kind of over. You've only got to get over with 30, 40 people, and they're going to cheer you every week. It's a lot harder to be playing in front of different crowds. So actually, if you can mix up that audience a little bit and, kind of perform to different people, that would be obviously in the wrestler's benefit. This was something Sean was saying about why NXT needs to go on the road a little bit more, because they just keep playing in front of the same people at the Performance Center. So that's interesting that they're kind of putting this out there going, hey, would you like to be in the audience? Because when I went to America 2 years ago, I would love to have been in the crowd for NXT, but I heard you had to join a Facebook group, the official NXT Facebook group, and send messages to ask about how do I get to be in the audience and stuff like this. Apparently, it's not an easy process, and this is why a lot of the same people just go back week after week. I think they tend to get first refusal. So, interesting. I wonder if this is an attempt by WWE to mix it up a little bit. Not sure, but I was just looking to see if NXT was doing anything special this week, and that's when I just saw that. As I said, I'm sure it'll be fine. NXT is always a fun watch. We saw a great match last week between Tavian and Jackson Drake. I think it was the week before we saw Callie against Kendall, and there's some brilliant stuff going down in NXT. And we're working our way towards Great American Bash, of course. Radiated Zombie said, are we looking forward to the show? Yeah, absolutely. As we said, I think that it's nice to be in London. I don't think, looking at the preview, it looks like it's a special Raw. I think it looks a little bit missable, if I'm going to be completely honest. We could end up with a new champ, though. I mean, we've got 2 sets of tag titles being defended. So there is an opportunity for and new, which would be quite nice because that would take my thumbnail headache away when I'm doing the breakdown videos. So that would be quite nice. But by and large, this could be a little bit paint by numbers, as we're literally just going home for Night of Champions. So I'd imagine there'll be some promos, obviously, and hopefully there's a bit of meat on those promos. But yeah, let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Chris, hello, bud. Hope you're doing well. Said, how's everyone coping with the heat? Yeah, not brilliant. Not brilliant. It was okay when I first went to bed. I went to bed around about like 10 o'clock this morning. And obviously the sun wasn't really out at that point. But I did wake up a few times, kind of around like 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. I ended up getting up at 4. And it was hot. It was hot. So, and apparently it's only going to get worse. So, today was warm, but apparently Thursday, I think they said Wednesday, Thursday being the worst. It's going to be really, really hot. Apparently the humidity is going to be like 25%, which is going to make it feel so much worse. And the thing about the UK is we're just not set up for it. As I said, nowhere's air conditioned in this country. I mean, we're not known for heat. That's not what the UK is known for. So, yeah, it was quite uncomfortable, but I suppose this is the new normal. So we've got to get used to it. I'm saying it makes a lot of sense to buy shares in air conditioning companies in the UK, because I swear to God, everyone's having the same conversation right now. This whole country is going to have to seriously invest in air conditioning. I mean, that is definitely the industry to get into, installing air conditioning systems. Because I feel like everyone in this country is starting to have a conversation about, should we have a look, see how much it is? Because, oh my God, we can't do this every year. Recon, shout out to you, buds. Recon 4863. I'm loving the heat, said Who Dat Saints J. It's great. Football, wrestling, sunshine, beers, can't complain. Oh, well, you can't be English then, Who Dat Saints J. Because that is what we do best. Yeah? If it's raining, we complain. If it's hot, we complain. If it's just cloudy, we complain. Yeah? So, Who Dat Saints J, welcome to the UK. I'm not sure where you've joined us from, but you'll pick it up. You'll pick it up. Complaining about the weather is what we do best. Kendall, hello, said Days. This is always a wonderful surprise. When I forget what time we're starting, I get to work with you guys in my ear. Kendall, shout out to you. That sounds like a flipping nightmare. Actually working and having the stream in your ear. So I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize in advance. But yeah, this is going to be a little cheeky surprise for quite a few people, I think. Not knowing that it's starting a little bit earlier, what with us being in London. But should mean that it's a decent crowd. The crowd should provide this show with a bit of energy. And as we said, even if the segments themselves are maybe not mind-blowing, it should still get something from this, I mean, one thing we can be confident of is Raw is in a much better place than it has been. So even if on paper this just looks a bit... I'm hopeful that Raw creative team have still got a trick or two up their sleeve. I'm not as confident for SmackDown. Although that's been better the past couple of weeks. Gotta give them credit. It has been better the past couple of weeks. And that's even reflected on Cage Match, where they've been getting some slightly better scores. So, green shoots. The sun is out here in the UK, and looks like the sun is out in the creative rooms as well, as We are definitely seeing some growth. We are definitely seeing some warmth. There is definite improvement on display. Fernando, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. Who Dat Saints Day said, yeah, I'm half Irish. Knew it. I knew it. I knew there was something going on there. Yeah, no, that's fine. You be you, buds. You be you. Yeah. I don't have that Irish in me to sort of, bring that positivity. I'm just full English, which means I'm a full English, basically. I'm basically a walking English breakfast. So, full English, and that means that I've got the right, it is my human right to complain about the weather, regardless of what it's doing. Yeah. Corrupt DJ said, Days, did we see the results from Birmingham? I'm glad I never went. Literally, it was just mid-card. I'm not expecting Raw to be much better. Well, I don't know, actually, because I think you are correct, by the way. I did see the results, and I did think that it was a bit... I was not blown away by what I was seeing. Let me see if I can just bring them up on screen. Here we go. So these are the results from Birmingham, and to be honest, I think this is something we've got to expect. There's still some decent stars on this show, but I think we've got to expect a Montez, a Rusev, a Theory, those kind of names, right? Because those are the people that I think need to get the reps in. If you think about a Theory match, a lot of people would say, he doesn't really do it in the ring. And so how are we going to improve him? He needs to be doing house shows. We keep saying this. They need to be doing house shows. It's the only way that a Maxine can improve. It's the only way a Theory can improve. Like, they should be trying some stuff and trying to get chemistry with different people and, trying to work on a few things. So, genuinely, these extra live events that are going to be happening over the summer, I think the cards are going to look a lot like this. Still got star power on, right? So, I mean, if you're buying a ticket, you're still going to see the Usos, Dominic Mysterio, Chad Gable, Liv Morgan, Io Sky, Bayley, Penta, LA Knight, Bron Breakker. I mean, that's not bad. It's not Punk, Cody, Roman. It's not those types of names. But there's a sprinkling of names that's in there. But yeah, you look at it, you got, Ethan Page is fun. Sol Ruka should definitely be doing house shows. Theory needs to improve. Montez in a singles match makes sense. Rusev, JD McDonough getting a run out. So yeah, I understand. Like, I saw it and was not really blown away by the cards. If I'd have gone, I'd have got something from it because, you kind of, I don't know if it was in order or which way was the main event, but like, let's say that's the main event because it's a street fight. So, your first match got the Usos coming out, so everyone's going to be yeeting and all that stuff, right? Then you've got Chad Gable, who's coming off Mask versus Mask. So, he's got some momentum at the moment. I'm not down on Montez, having a look at him as a singles guy. So actually, that one would be interesting because I'd be looking at Montez going, "Oh, are they gonna put you as a singles person?" Yeah, they having a little look at you. I know that Dawkins is just coming back from an injury, so it's probably more to do with the fact I think they're protecting Dawkins than actually looking at Montez as a singles guy. But watching Montez as a singles guy in singles action, I'd be intrigued by that, to see how he does and see if him and Theory can put on something decent. Then you've got, obviously, probably the match with the most star power, maybe, to that point, with Liv and Io, Lyra, Sol Ruka, depending on how you feel about Sol Ruka. Then you got Bayley, hey, Bayley, are you going to be my girl? I think that was getting chanted, of course, against Roxanne. Brilliant. Up-and-coming talent. I say up-and-coming because, well, she is. I mean, she's yet to be a world champion. But you get the impression she's going to be a multiple-time world champion by the time her career is said and done. Still very young, still in her early 20s. even though we've been watching her for a good few years now with NXT and Judgment Day. So, fine. Then you've got Penta, very engaging, people doing the walk, Zero Miedo. And then you wrap it up with LA Knight, Bron Breakker in a street fight. So, I do agree with you that I saw this card and felt a bit underwhelmed. I think if I was actually there, I would have been okay with it because, as we said, just walking through it, every match has got something that you're like, oh, that'll be fun. Plus, I don't hate any of the superstars or anything. So, like, even the mid-carders, like, are interesting to me. I can get some from that. But I don't know. It depends how much you spent on the ticket. Depends if you really wanted to see Cody or I suppose with Punk not being around at the moment, Randy not being around at the moment, Drew McIntyre being off doing films at the moment, Roman Reigns not working these kinds of shows. I suppose in a way there is a bit of a Rhea Ripley being injured as well. Yeah, we know Rhea Ripley's got an injury. It probably does mean that we are kind of left a little bit, light. But also, I genuinely think that they would, even with all of that talent available, I think you might end up with like a better main event, say, right? But I think that the reason for these shows is to get reps into mid-card, lower mid-card. So I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, it might get better than that when some of that talent returns as we get closer to SummerSlam. But the main reason for doing these shows is not financial because, I don't think they really make much of a profit. Hence why we just got rid of doing them anyway. And we kind of cut all the live events because they were never really making much money. But it's really about, can we get some reps in the legs of that young emerging talent, some of that talent that really needs to, get some opportunity. So don't be shocked if you see like a Maxine working that or, some of that other kind of emerging talent that needs to, as we said, get some reps in the legs. Joe said, we'll never have another Paul Heyman again unless physically insert myself in there and I become the new Paul Heyman, says Joe. Angel Imperious, hello, my friends. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you well. Angel Imperious said, Days, I'm looking forward to Raw and the World Cup games. Hopefully I can live to see my country qualify for the World Cup. But right now, we can only qualify for the Women's World Cup. Well, I think that I was not totally sold on the World Cup getting bigger. I wasn't really sold on the fact that, we have kind of got the likes of Curacao and Cape Verde and all those kind of countries in, because I think the concern before the World Cup was that a lot of these countries are just going to get battered. And is that great for them? But actually, we've seen some shock results, Cape Verde in particular, where they drew with Spain and they've drawn with Uruguay. And actually, it's been really, really good. We saw Iran and Belgium draw in 0-0. And again, that's like a win for Iran, which I'm sure, a lot of people out there would kind of be hoping that Iran wouldn't be picking up some wins right now. But, putting all politics to one side, I think actually, yes, there's been the odd battering. We've seen a 7-1 where Germany destroyed Curacao, right? So we've seen that. But we've also seen like the Cape Verde heroics where they kept Spain to a draw. So I don't know. I'm still on the fence about how I feel about it. But I think I think it's obviously really good for what you're saying about how you'd love to see your country qualify. I think now we've expanded the World Cup, it's become easier. I'm still just on the fence whether that's a good or a bad thing or not, because who wants to qualify and then just get battered? Do you know what I mean? Who wants to go and just get like beaten 7-1 or whatever? But I don't know. We'll have to see once the tournament's done how it goes. But I think that the opportunity to get there, it's got a little bit easier. It's got a bit more realistic. And I think as well, if just qualifying, it doesn't matter if we get smashed, but just, like, I want to buy the sticker album, and I want there to be a page for my country. I want to be able to collect the stickers of my country's players, or do you know what I mean? I want to be able to buy the official merch that's got my country on. I can understand that. I can understand that. I mean, look at Scotland. Scotland hadn't qualified for the World Cup since '98, and so for them, just getting there was like party time. And then, the next thing is, can we get out the group? So I think if you used to say to the Scottish fans, okay, you're going to go to the World Cup, but you're going to get smashed 5-0 in every game, do you still want to go? I think the answer is yes, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't matter if we get smashed 5-0 in every game. We just want to be able to go hoping that that's not going to happen. We want to be able to get the sticker album. We want that excitement of the build to the actual event, to the tournament. So I think, what the point I'm making is that you've got a better chance than ever now. The World Cup's not going back down in size. It's going to stay at this size. And so you've got as good a chance as ever as actually seeing your country make it. Just got to, invest. I mean, if your women's team is doing well, that would say to me that the men will follow shortly after. Because if the women are being an inspiration, I'm sure that's going to bleed into the men's game. So I think you've got a great chance, to be honest. But just don't be too disappointed if you get there and then you get battered, right? Because we're seeing that happen. There's lots of like 4-0s and that big 7-1 kind of score line, I think, didn't Switzerland put 6 past Qatar as well? So, I mean, we are seeing some big scores at this World Cup, which I wouldn't expect to continue when we get to the knockout stages. It's just, I think that there is obviously a big difference between those top nations and some of those that maybe only just scraped in. But if the joy is just getting there, I think you stand a great chance of getting there. Certainly now they've expanded the World Cup. Cody Ideas said, I know it's a live show, but why Liv and Io in the same match so close to Night of Champions, says Cody Ideas. Yeah, I mean, we've always sort of done that, to be honest. There's quite a few examples in wrestling where people have actually done live events the night before big pay-per-views. So it's not out the ordinary. It's kind of like that's always been one of the things to do with wrestling, is that they sort of pride themselves on working 200 odd shows a year. Obviously, they can't really brag about that now. I think the person that worked the most matches last year was LA Knight. I think he did about 60. So because we've drastically cut down on house shows, you can't really wear that badge of honor of like, you think it's easy being a wrestler. Well, try rocking up town after town, doing all the travel that we have to. That's what you used to hear back in the day. Used to hear that all the time because they were working shows 5 days a week. So they would be working shows like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then you'd do Raw. Then you'd do some on Tuesday. And then you'd have Wednesday, Thursday off. And then you'd meet back up again for Friday and to do your house show. And you'd do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then you'd do Monday, Raw. Then you'd do Tuesday, house show. Then you'd be off Wednesday, Thursday. And Vince used to like run them like that. Vince used to, kind of do that and get like all these house shows in. But the truth was, I mean, it just never really made much money. It just, the house shows and like the amount of tickets they would sell, because they weren't always run in major towns. So sometimes you'd run to places and get like 6,000. And the tickets weren't that expensive because they were house shows. And not every town would get an A team. Sometimes you'd get a B team, which was like kind of lighter talent, more kind of low-end mid-card. So again, you can't charge loads for that. So yeah, financially, it was never like really a big money maker, but it's quite normal in the history of wrestling to be just doing house shows and running shows quite close to pay-per-views and PLEs and whatever. Maybe it's a bit risky now because their bodies just aren't used to it. Their bodies just aren't used to sort of wrestling as much as back in the day. But I don't know. I can't say that I've got an issue with it because, as we said, it's kind of what wrestling is built on. Wrestling has always been that sort of live event that you buy tickets to go and see. Angel Imperia said 1 more month and then I've been around for 2 years. Very good. Angel Imperius, I appreciate it, bud. And thank you for the super chat as well. I don't think I thanked you for the super chat. I was too busy getting stuck into your kind of World Cup thoughts. So, yeah, I appreciate the support, bud. Days, I believe it was Dominic that wrestled the most matches last year. I don't know. I think it was LA Knight, but you could be correct. I remember because you can go to Cage Match and you can actually click on a thing there and like change it by most matches wrestled. To be honest, off the top of my head, I can't quite remember how you do that. Otherwise, I'd do it now and we could have a look. But I'm sure I looked and it was LA Knight, but it could have been Dominic. Connor said, Days, are you happy that WWE are allowing fans to stay in the O2 Arena after the SmackDown taping so they can watch the England game tomorrow? Yes, I'm happy for that. I don't see why I would be unhappy about it. I think if, like, you know, you go and you watch SmackDown, to be honest, it's in their benefit. I don't necessarily see it as them being nice. I see it more as like, please come to the wrestling. Don't worry, you're not going to miss the football. We're going to play it straight after. So I think it's more like, please don't miss this show for the football. We're going to show it as well. So that way you can buy a ticket and you can come. So I'm sure they're going to dress it up as being, can you believe we're doing this for you? But actually it might be more, please don't skip the show. We know there's a big World Cup game going on. We know it's a massive deal in your country. So we are going to be showing it afterwards, yeah. So, yeah, I think like it's in their interest to do it as well. But, yeah, I mean, it's pretty fun that they're doing that. Alex says, in the US, it's going to be on Netflix at 2 p.m. today. Yeah, well, same here. It's going to be on in an hour and 15 minutes. Keegan said, Days, I love you guys so much. Thank you for bearing with me and helping me through life. I love and respect you all. Keegan, shout out to you. It's a very nice message, buds. Shout out to you. Lucy B says, hola from Spain. Hello. Extremely hot today. Oh, I think you've been hotter than us. I saw on the weather that actually Europe's taken a battering. I think Madrid's was very hot. Paris was hot as well. So I think it was about 35 or so here. Thursday's going to be about 40. But I think you guys had it about 39 today, according to what I saw earlier. So hoping for a good show today. Best of luck for all the participants in the World Cup. Yes, and to you. Although not that you need it. Spain are obviously favourites or second favourites. It's either Spain or France that people are leaning towards. And I must admit, I'm probably leaning towards Spain personally. I do like France. I think France have got a great shout of doing it. But I do just wonder about France's defence. I think there are some weaknesses in that defence. Spain, I think a lot rests on Yamal. If he plays, you just look like a different team. If he doesn't play, you look like a different team. So I think there is a lot on his shoulders, but you know, seemingly he's going to be back now, which makes Spain a massive, massive threat. So, yeah, I think Spain are when I did my bracket before the World Cup, I had Spain winning it. I had a Spain-Portugal final with Spain winning it. Don't know if I'm still as confident about Portugal now after what I've seen. And I heard last night that apparently Ronaldo has been throwing a bit of shade at some... I don't know if it was Ronaldo or Ronaldo's sister, but I think it might have been his sister, and he's been liking some posts that has been throwing a bit of shade at a few of the other team members. It's not good, is it? It's not good. It's all feeling a little bit toxic in the Portugal camp. I don't think their first result was obviously what they were looking for. I think they picked up a draw, didn't they, in their first game? And don't know, that pressure. The pressure could crack this Portugal team, which is such a shame because on paper they've probably got one of the strongest squads. I mean, man for man, they are incredible. But trying to live up to that expectation, if you don't quite do it, you know, then all of a sudden the pressure's on, and yeah, that could be their downfall, actually. So, don't know, man. It's very interesting. Very interesting World Cup so far. We've had a few upsets. We've had some good performances. We're starting to see the favourites really showing themselves. I've got Argentina today, haven't we? I think they're starting in 10 minutes or so. Argentina today. As well as that, we've got France. They're coming up tonight. So that's going to be fun. Looking forward to seeing the results of those games. Seeing if Argentina and France can keep building on their strong starts. Can Messi add any more goals? Can Mbappe add any more goals? England tomorrow, of course, against Ghana. Hoping they can put in another good performance as well. Get the 3 points. That way, you know, maybe we can rest some players. I think we've got a couple of niggles. But, yeah, good. I'm really enjoying it. I hope you lot are as well. Days, when are we expecting Night of Champions prediction video? There's not long to go. Yeah, it's not. I was thinking of doing it yesterday, but we ended up doing a retro watch along instead. So yesterday we actually sat down and we watched what was it? King of the Ring 97. I must admit, I didn't think it was a great show. People that joined us seemed to be quite into the matches. I didn't think the matches were that great. I thought some of the matches were flat. But like there was a lot of like good 93, good 95. I think it was more like good 85 for a chunk of them. But there was a couple of matches in there that were definitely worth watching. There was a really good Stone Cold Steve Austin, Shawn Michaels match that was really good. But it's interesting because if you speak to people about WWE, people will tell you how amazing 97 was, 98, going in like the Birth of Attitude era. But actually, no, we watched that show from the middle of 97. And even Cage Match, you know, people have scored it over the years. It's got like a 5 point something out of 10. A lot of the in-ring was just really lacking. It was not great. Well worth a watch because there's a couple of good matches in there. And, you know, it's just worth a watch. I mean, King of the Ring 97, it's obviously worth a watch. I have not seen it since it aired. I've, to my knowledge, have never gone back to that show. And I now know why. Because it just wasn't really worth going back to. But it was worth watching, as I said, from a refresh point of view. And to kind of go back and watch that Stone Cold Shawn Michaels match. So, yeah, we did that. So that kind of took a bit of time away from, you know, doing a prediction video, getting it set up, getting it recorded, putting it out, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll do one. I don't have like any plans in mind for it. We've kind of, on these streams, we always talk predictions. I mean, we've already gone down the card. I think, was it on Saturday or Friday? We kind of went down the card and previewed it all. So I'm feeling pretty good for EO and Jay winning King of the Ring. I'm feeling pretty good for Cody retaining. I think Tiffany retains against Jades. Trick Williams, I think, retains against Ricky. And yeah, I think Bron Breakker Seth is a bit difficult because really it should be Bron Breakker. But it depends what you want to do at SummerSlam. If you want to do Seth Roman at SummerSlam, Seth probably needs a win to kind of, keep that momentum going. So for me personally, I'd probably be looking at Seth getting the win, which might horrify a few people, but I just don't think, it just doesn't feel right at the moment that Bron Breakker beats Seth. I know that him beating Seth could help, but I just don't feel the character is quite right. I don't feel like the aura is there. I feel like Bron needs to just spend a bit of time just kind of winning matches, getting a bit of momentum. I think part of the problem is that he's just had a big injury, and so he's missed a bit of time this year. And, since he came back, he's lost a match to Seth already. And it's just been very stop-start. He's lacking a bit of momentum. His group has completely fallen apart. What with Logan being injured, what with Bronson being injured. I mean, it's spluttering. That's the word I would use to describe Bron Breakker's 2026. He's having a spluttering year. It's very stop-start, lacking in momentum. So, again, you can say, yeah, well, that's why he needs to beat Seth, and that's fine. But I think this close to SummerSlam, we're like just over a month away, because it's early August. It's like the 1st and the 2nd of August, so it's really close. I think this close to SummerSlam, I'm not even convinced there's enough time to build momentum for Bron. So I think I'd be going Seth. Certainly if the plan is Roman Seth. I don't know that that's the plan, but if that is the plan, then it would make sense to me that we would pull the trigger and go Seth. And Bron will be fine. I mean, he's still young. There's still plenty of time. I think we just need to get him back healthy with the vision, get some interesting stories going, get the ball rolling again, I think he's had a very stop-start year. I don't know if this is going to happen, but could we get the return of Stephanie at Night of Champions? We could. I don't know that I'm expecting it, though, to be honest, because she's facing Io. I suppose you could have Judgment Day attacking Io, numbers game, and then that means Stephanie comes down to even up the odds, and then that means it's just Liv, Io in a one-on-one match, because Stephanie has come down and sort of got rid of Roxanne or got rid of Raquel or whatever. So I suppose you could have her even up the odds, which then means it's just Liv and Io. But I don't know. There's, some people are looking at it wondering if there's going to be a Roxanne turn or if there's going to be a Raquel turn, or is there going to be, even if it's not a turn, but a miscommunication where they accidentally cost Liv. They didn't mean to, but they accidentally cost Liv. I think those are options that are on the table as well. But again, no update in regards to Stephanie and where we are with like a potential return. So have they flown her, or are they going to fly her over to actually get involved in that? I'm not sure. I think it's an option. It's definitely on the table. Miki said, wouldn't make sense to give Jay the win when Punk is coming back. And also Randy says, Miki. I don't know. I mean, like, Randy, I don't know when he's meant to be returning. CM Punk is meant to be coming back and meant to be having a high profile match at SummerSlam. I don't know that that's Cody. Some people are saying that it's Cody is going to be the direction because they sort of planted some seeds a little while ago. So, yeah, I get what you're saying in regards to CM Punk. Is that a curveball? But the alternative would be that Oba wins. And then the question is, well, how do you do Oba Brock? I think Oba Brock feels like it's pretty much set in stone to me. That one feels like it's happening. So if Oba wins King of the Ring, that means he's got to do the double duty. And they can absolutely do that. I'm not saying that they're not going to do that. I personally wouldn't do that, but they could do that. I think the cleaner way forward is, Brock costs Oba, Jay wins. That sets up Jay going after, Cody, whatever. You could also have CM Punk being added into that thing. I mean, it doesn't need to be a singles match. You can do some shenanigans whereby it turns into a triple threat. If Jay wins, I don't think there's any way he goes after Roman personally. I don't see him turning on Roman or anything like that. I think if Jay wins, he's going to go after the Cody, Gunther, Sammy winner. If Punk comes back and wants to get himself inserted into that, I mean, you could always do a thing whereby you do Punk Jay. If Punk wins, he gets added to the match. And so there is a way that you could actually turn it into a triple threat if you needed to. Maybe that makes it a bit more palatable for those that just aren't really riding with Jay. For those that don't really care about Jay and don't really care about him getting a match with Cody or him having a match against Gunther. I don't know. I mean, that's an option, isn't it? I mean, you could actually have... I don't know if you would do Punk Cody without the title. I don't think there's a need to. So if you're going to do that match, then you need the belt to stay on Cody. So I do understand what you're saying, but again, I don't even know if that's the plan for SummerSlam. I don't know that that's what they're going to do with Punk. They could have something else up their sleeve for CM Punk at SummerSlam, and Punk Cody could, go play out a little further down the road. So, yeah, it's interesting. There are lots of different ways that this can go. Big Time said it feels like there's a lot of sameness with the mid-card division on Raw and SmackDown. Since moving to Netflix, Raw's IC title picture has been Penta, Gable, Rusev, Lee, Vortex. Where's engaging feuds? I like the Penta run. I think Penta's doing good work at the moment. I think what's interesting about Penta being champ is he can defend that belt in AAA. And so we've actually seen the title being defended on AAA. I think that he's a very engaging, very charismatic mid-carder as well. He's been defending the belt on a fairly regular basis. In fact, I think I saw a stat that said he had defended the title more than any other IC champ since Gunther. I'll have to double check that. I saw a stat saying that he defended the belt more than any other champ since Gunther, but I will have to double check that because you know what the internet's like. Might not be telling the truth. But he has defended it a fair few times. I think he's very charismatic Intercontinental Champion. I'm down for it. If there is a lack of engaging feuds, I wouldn't personally blame Penta for that. I would blame WWE Creative for not setting up something more interesting. But the table's set. We can do it. We just got to find that opponent, whoever that's going to be. Some people are thinking Chad Gable could be quite kind of fun. Having him maybe go after a IC kind of title or a mid-card title. I think that'd be a banger of a match if we was to sort of go that way. But I think, is he over on SmackDown now? Did he come back on SmackDown? So that might not even be possible. I can't remember if he's on Raw or SmackDown. I can't remember where he's popped up. It might be Raw, actually, because we did see him, didn't we, saying that he knows he needs to apologise. And that's when he walked past Maxine. And she's on Raw. So I think he... I can't remember. I can't remember what brand is on, because now I'm thinking, did he also pop up on SmackDown? I'm going to look. I'm going to see what the flipping website says. Where is Chad Gable? Chad Gable is listed as a Raw star at the moment. He's listed as a Raw star. So if that's still accurate, then, you know, a match with Penta is on the cards. Connor said Days Joe Hendry was reportedly spotted in London. I could see that. Gable's on Raw. He wrestled. Rusev said death metal lads. Well, that's good. It means that we can do him and Penta. I think that'd be an absolute banger match. Days, ever since Tiffy cashed in her Money in the Bank last year, says Word Life Cena fan, losing the Women's Championship and now being US Champion, WWE Shop still doesn't have any side plates, but the Usos is on Shop. WTF. Don't know, but I think like that happens. We haven't had a Fatal Influence shirt yet as well, so you know, I think that there are a few gaps when it comes to WWE Shop. The best thing to do is get in touch with them and just ask, you know, when have you got any plans for side plates, because that kind of, you know, raises the issue, if you will. So it's probably not a great sign that people have been searching for them, because I would imagine that is how it would flag. I mean, if I worked at WWE Shop, I would want to look at a report that tells me what are people searching for, because what people are searching for is clearly what people are interested in. So if I had that report and Tiffany Stratton's side plates was on that report, then of course I'm making it a priority to make sure I get them onto the site. So I don't know. It doesn't scream to me that that's something a lot of people are searching for. But hit them up, send them a message, ask them, you know, what's going on with side plates Tiffany Stratton, and you know, they'll escalate it probably. So. Yeah, but as I said, that happens quite a bit. Fatal Influence, for example, have been on the main roster, have made a decent impression, and they haven't got a new shirt. The only shirt that you can get of them has still got Jasmine Nix in the group rather than Lainey Reed. So I should take my own advice and do the exact same thing and raise that as an issue as well. Meeky said, I think Triple H will change his mind about Jay winning. He did it last year with WrestleMania between Seth and Punk and Roman, and he wanted Punk but went with Seth. He could do. Especially with Punk coming back and playing a major role at SummerSlam, and then it's confirmed that Randy is coming back. Road Dogg is expected to be at TNA Slammiversary on Sunday. There are reports that some believe that he might step into the creative circle for TNA, says Liam. Liam, thank you. Edward said Gable's actually a free agent. He can go to any brand, so he can go SmackDown or Raw. At the moment, online is listed as being on Raw, but okay, yeah. I mean, the point was, it would be good to try and capitalize on his mass versus mass momentum, and actually a match against Penta, if he is on Raw and able to do that, would be so good. I mean, that was actually Penta's debut match, and we've already seen it, and it already banged. So it would be like, you know, a rematch of that, but it was already so satisfying. So yeah, definitely down for digging into that, but only this time having the belt on the line. John said WWE should give Chad a good SummerSlam match because it's also his hometown crowd. Oh, interesting. Yeah, he deserves it. And he's got momentum as well. Like, the fans are with him. So, coming off Mask versus Mask, he's got real momentum. And yeah, it does feel like you got to sort of strike whilst the iron is hot, kind of a thing. So, Cody said, who are we most impressed with this year in the men and the women? Oh, I think it's got to be Oba, hasn't it? I mean, if you think that Oba was still wrestling in NXT, I believe, at the start of the year, and so he's only been on the main roster because I seem to remember it being like loads of vignettes of he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. We did a fair bit of that for Oba for a while. And, you know, if you think about like the impression that he's made in such a short space of time, and a lot of people would go, oh yeah, but I mean, he's just got that entrance and everything. But I mean, look at Jade Cargill. I mean, there is plenty that can go wrong. There's plenty of, like, you know, you can botch moments and you can underwhelm and you can let the pressure get to you. The fact that he's been able to get in there and cut passionate promos and kill it, get into the ring and chuck Brock Lesnar around and look so good. You know, he's not been botching. He's not got sloppy in his work. He hasn't dropped the ball with his promos. So, I mean, you can say it's like a bit of a lazy answer, but honestly, he makes it look easy. And we know by watching people like Jade Cargill, who also has got a great, fantastic look and a great entrance, but then underwhelms when she gets on the microphone and underwhelms when it's time to have a match. It ain't as easy as it looks. It ain't as easy as it looks. And Oba is able to back up that aura that the entrance provides. So I think Oba impresses me because I think we knew that he had those skills, but you've still got to do it. You still got to walk the walk. And he has just absolutely transitioned to the main roster seamlessly. Like, has not skipped a beat. So, very impressive. In regards to women, I think I'm looking at JC as well for a similar reason. I think JC has come up and has put, as you know, you could probably put all of Fatal Influence in that group, in that bracket, because I think they have also transitioned absolutely seamlessly. You know, they've come up and managed to generate real heat straight out of the gate. I think that, you know, there's even rumors of JC getting a match against Rhea. I'm not crazy about this racing people to titles. Like, I'm not a big fan of it. But, yeah, she's managed to find a way of getting some good reactions. And she's backed it up with some really good work in the ring. So I think like those call-ups have obviously been big successes. If you look at how we've built Ludwig and Chad's and that mask versus mask and what's been going on in Mexico, I mean, that's been a real success story. So, you know, you've got to kind of, you know, take your hat off to them and to Undertaker and the work that's been going on in AAA. So, you know, I think that's been fantastic. I don't think there's actually tons of standout performances this year, to be honest, because I don't think by and large this has been a great year. I think that it's better than 2025. I think that we struggled around the build for WrestleMania. I think we started off the year quite hot. I think we had a big title change at the start of the year with Drew winning the belt. And then I think we sort of hit the Royal Rumble, which was the make or break moment for me. I think Royal Rumble was going to be a big indicator as to how this year was going to go, because we were in Saudi. It was the Royal Rumble. You know, the Saudis are spending a lot of money on that show. So that show should be a big, big show. And I think that was WWE's opportunity to just kind of go, do you know what? 2025 is in the past now. This is 2026, and it's going to be so good. And so, yeah, we did go into that show with a lot of excitement. And I got to tell you, it bombed. It did not deliver. You know, the surprises were Brie Bella and Royce Keys, and that was it. And, you know, the actual show itself was just a bit flat. I mean, they went to the trouble of building that kind of stadium. It was a temporary stadium, which was very impressive. But the actual show itself, I mean, you came out of it pretty underwhelmed. I've got to tell you, the community scores, the cage match scores, not good. So we kind of came out of that feeling a bit like, oh, this is what's going to propel us forward. This is what's going to, it didn't really feel like we'd shook off 2025. And so, we continue forward. We're faffing around with Drew and Cody. And, people were obviously upset when Drew lost the belt so close to WrestleMania. People were upset when Carmelo lost the belt so close to WrestleMania. People were upset when Randy's phone call turned out to be Pat. A couple of the lowest scores in the history of SmackDown were recorded as well, with the show on Cage Match getting like a 0.8 and a 1 point something. 2 episodes in a row, really in the build to WrestleMania, key episodes, couldn't have bombed more if they tried. I mean, it was bad. It was seriously bad. We've been pretty low this year. We really have touched the bottom of the barrel at times this year. So I think, there was conversations. I mean, there was people saying, I'm done. I mean, I had people in this community saying, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I just don't care. I don't feel any connection to these stories. I just don't care about Triple H's booking. I'm out. And, I think actually, look at WrestleMania Night 1 and the frustration that was around. I think, the moment this year turns is WrestleMania Night 2. That's the moment this year turns. This year was in a bad place, and they managed to flip the switch. They managed to save the day. Night 2 WrestleMania. You might point actually to Roman against CM Punk as being a really, really important match in recent times, not even just this year, but in recent times, because if that main event at Night 2 had bombed, had really underdelivered, then I don't know where we would be now. I don't know. What I can tell you is Night 2 delivers. The Night 2 main event is given 5 stars from Dave Meltzer, and I mean, if you know anything about Dave Meltzer, you'll know he's not a big fan of WWE's style of wrestling. He's given 5 stars before, but he does not give them easily or freely. So if Dave Meltzer is going to say that the main event of WrestleMania is worthy of 5 stars, then, I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know. They have not been given that easily. That is, like, they have earned that. And so Night 2, I think, was a real turning point. There was momentum. There was some excitement. I think we did a decent job of kind of building on that on the Raw and SmackDown following that show. And then, we had a bit of momentum. We saw improvements in Raw. Raw has definitely improved. We've seen consistency there, certainly since WrestleMania, but I think you could see a little bit before as well. The disasters that we were seeing on SmackDown, we weren't quite seeing that on Raw. I think Raw has been stronger than SmackDown for, certainly throughout March, April, going on from there. I think March is a bit of a turning point as well for some reason. The kind of home stretch build, once we get past Elimination Chamber, I think we see an improvement in Raw. SmackDown, we do not. And actually, SmackDown really suffers. And I think, as we kind of head towards, where we are now, I think we're in a decent place. I think, now we've got a couple of weeks of decent SmackDowns. Not great, 6 out of 10 type things. But trust me, that's a big improvement on where we've been. And I think in regards to Raw, we've been getting a bit of consistency of being kind of 6, 7, 5, knocking on the door of a 7 sort of range. So that's not bad. I'll take that. If I'm going to watch a show and it's going to get a 6, 7, 5, it's been good. It's been, above average sort of thing, average, above average, sort of around that area. You want to be in the 7s. You'd love to be in the 8s. But to get into the 8th, something really significant needs to have happened. You can just have all the matches can be really solid. The promos can be really solid. You know, you can have a decent main event, and that'll probably get you 7 points somewhere. You need some kind of big return or big swerve for me to get you into the 8s. Getting into the 9s, you're talking about one of the greatest shows of all time. If you're in the 9s. So, I mean, it needs to be something like historic on a company history level, right? So getting into the 9s is really flipping hard. Really, really hard. And it should be hard. Shows should not be getting 10 out of 10 and stuff like that on a regular basis, or being in the 9s on a regular basis. So for me, most shows are going to live in the 6s or the 7s. Throughout the past couple of years, we've been going to 5s and even 4s at times. So, yeah, I think we're in a much better place now. There's green shoots. I'm really enjoying some of the stories. I've enjoyed Cody and Sammy. I've enjoyed returning to the bloodline, although I know not everyone has. I have, because I feel like it feels just as good as it did a few years ago. And I'm okay with us going back to it, because as long as it's good, that's all I want. I want to watch stuff that's worth watching, and this feels like it's worth watching. I'm not worried. If you're going to watch a segment like Bloodline and complain that, oh, why are we not investing in young talent instead? You know, why have we just gone back to Bloodline? I think you're missing it. I think you really think you're missing the point. Like, WWE's primary focus is to put on a great TV show, and to actually put on entertaining segments that make you want to tune in again next week. If they have found a way of doing that, then we take that, because there's been many shows over the past couple of years where they have not been achieving that. So if they found a way of doing it right now, we grab it, we love it, we hold on to it, because we've had to suffer a lot of shows where they have not succeeded in doing that. So I'll take the Bloodline stuff. Yeah, I don't think we should be milking this thing forever, of course. I think, like, you know, there's going to come a time where we're going to need to kind of move on from it. But I'm okay with that creative department maybe just buying themselves a bit of breathing room. We've kind of had this conversation already, but I'm okay with them kind of going, right, here's something good, here's something decent, get your teeth into this. Whilst you're getting your teeth into that, we're going to work on what we do next and where this goes. I hope that work's being done behind the scenes. And I hope then, obviously, when Bloodline story kind of reaches its climax for this chapter, then we can transition to something different, you know? So it's obviously hard to know if that's happening, because I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We only get these little drip-fed little bits of information. But if I was in creative, that's what I would be thinking. Let's get something good on TV that makes the show watchable, interesting, engaging. Whilst that's going, let's look at the future and go, right, who do we need to be pushing? How are we going to be doing that? What interesting stories can we tell? What combination of talent is going to be quite interesting and intriguing? And, you know, that work goes on behind the scenes. I wish that Judgment Day would break up. I'm sick of them, said Suzanne. Bonkers said Day's messy as Mr. Penalty whilst you was talking. Okay, interesting. I'll be very interested to see how Argentina get on. I think they've got a very tricky game today. I can't remember who they're playing, but is it Austria? I think it's Austria. They're a difficult team to break down. I would not be expecting Argentina to smash them, to be honest. I think Austria are a well-organized team. So I'm thinking that this is not going to be Messi running riot. But, well, if he's already missed a penalty, then that's obviously interesting. That could be a decent miss, actually, because, as I said, I think that they're a pretty well-organised team, Austria, and they got a couple of decent players as well. So I think this is... if you get Austria in the knockout rounds... you are in for a tricky evening. Austria are one of those teams that I sort of think have the ability to defend well organised. They can frustrate. They're the sort of team that I don't think is going to be beating you, but they can take a game to penalties. Do you know what I mean? If you've got them in the knockout rounds, like, you're going to have to work really hard to break them down. Now, Argentina can, of course, because they're gifted with, you know what I mean, just amazing players. Like, Argentina can definitely pick the lock, but it's gonna take a little something to be able to do it. So that penalty miss could be quite frustrating. So yeah, definitely worth keeping an eye on that game. Should be a fun game, that. According to WWE's superstar page, Ober, Brock, Bellas, Paige, AJ Lee, Omos, and Danhausen are the free agents, said Word Live. Seen of that. John said, the Bloodline stories are proven to work. Trying to come up with something new, it is difficult. Oh, very true. I mean, look at WWE, as we've said, they've tried a lot. It's not like they haven't tried anything. It's just, in fact, quite the opposite. They've tried a lot, and a lot has not worked. So now, you know, we're doing Bloodline. I like it. I mean, I'm finding it very interesting with Jacob and him and Jay not being on the same page. Clearly, Jacob going over, having a word with Solo, trying to bring Solo back. I mean, I'm guessing that's going to lead to a showdown. Bloodline, MFTs. It's up to WWE to make that compelling. I mean, the idea of it is not massively thrilling to me at the moment, because I just don't see Tama, Tala, and Solo, even with Royce being added. I don't see that as like, oh, that's going to be a hell of a amazing battle, you know. But actually, can you imagine when it's time for them all to be brawling, and you've got Tama, Tala, Royce going off on the Usos and Jacob, and then you've got like Solo. I think the problem is Solo. Solo just does not feel like a credible foil for Roman. That's the problem. He just doesn't feel like, I mean, take Solo out, put Ober in, and then the dynamic completely shifts. Do you know what I mean? Because for me, Tama and Tala are not bad going up against the Usos. Like, I can believe that Tala, with his size, is going to be a problem for Jimmy and Jay. Tama's got experience. I think they can get the better of him. But I think Tala, young, massive, monster, that's a problem. So those two teams pair up well. I think Royce Keys actually pairs up quite well with Jacob. Respect to Royce Keys, because Jacob's a monster. But Royce Keys, I could see him and Jacob staring each other down, and actually that being like, okay, yeah, I can buy this. This does not feel like it's lopsided. I can buy that. So that all works to me. The problem is, the most important part is the two leaders, and Roman just feels like in a completely different stratosphere to Solo, which is why if you took Solo out and you had Ober there instead, this would be a very interesting feud to me, because it all matches up quite well. So for me, I think it's, I don't know how you're going to do the work with Solo to make Solo feel like he is a problem for Roman, or, you know, is Roman's equal. He just isn't, is he? He's just not Roman's equal. So that's my concern. But WWE, and certainly the Raw creative team, have been doing some really good stuff recently. So as a result, I think I'm more than willing to give them the opportunity. I'm more than willing to give them the chance to tell this story and make it work however they're going to try and make it work. So that's where it feels like we're going. That's the direction it feels like we're heading in. So, but, you know, there's going to be some interesting curveballs in there as well. There's going to be some interesting twists and turns. So I've just been enjoying the segments. I thought that last week where Roman gave Jacob that Ula Fala, and, you know, it was interesting because the Usos thought that Jacob was going to be told, you acknowledge them when I'm not around. And of course, Roman didn't say that to Jacob. Instead, he officially welcomed him into the bloodline. And so the dynamics ever shifting, you know? I mean, like Jacob a few weeks ago wanted to rip Roman's head off, was Tongan death gripping him. Now he's like willing to die for him. So that dynamic has shifted. You could see the Usos were unhappy with what went down last week. So you're sort of looking at them wondering, I mean, is this... Perhaps the MFT thing is just a swerve. Perhaps this leads to Roman and Jacob against the Usos. And perhaps the MFT thing is just to throw us off the scent. I don't think it is. But, there's a few different directions we can go with this. And because the dynamics are sort of ever moving, ever changing, it's very interesting to kind of watch it play out. Hello all, said Chris. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just finding the heat bad, said Chris. I hear you. Who do we see turning on Liv first, Roxanne or Raquel? Could that possibly set up Liv, Roxanne, Raquel feuds? I don't know if they would all turn at the same time, like Raquel and Roxanne. You could do the triple threat, which would be kind of interesting. So you could, how we would get to that, I'm not too sure. But I think I'm more interested in Roxanne turning. I think Roxanne is the better in-ring performer than Raquel. I think Raquel is something a bit different. I don't think she's quite worked it out yet. And that is being that bigger woman that's kind of chucking girls around, being a bit of a monster, you know? I don't think she's quite worked it out. To be honest, I think she's too nice. I think actually part of the problem is I'm really struggling to buy her as a heel. I think she is a babyface. She's a gentle giant. So I feel like the gimmick isn't quite fitting Raquel, and I think that's part of the problem. In regards to Roxanne, I think she works really well as a face or a heel. I actually quite like her as a heel. Again, I think she's quite a likable girl. She'll definitely be face at some point. And actually, if she goes into a feud with Liv, I think Roxanne going face, I'm willing to take a look at it. My concern with her as a face was when she was in NXT, her being a face was, oh my God, I've always loved WWE. I'm so happy to be here. Here's pictures of me meeting the Bellas, getting upset when I was a kid. I don't care. I really hate that stuff. Because when I was a kid watching wrestling, I was watching The Ultimate Warrior. I was watching Macho Man Randy Savage. I was watching Hulk Hogan and all the, I was watching these larger than life personalities that felt like they'd come from another world. I mean, Macho Man was so out there. Warrior, so out there. Even Davey Boy just like covered in the Union flag, just muscles on top of muscles. To me, it was just otherworldly. I felt like I was watching gods. I mean, that's the only way I can put it. So, for me, Roxanne talk about how she got upset when she was young and how she was this big fan. That just doesn't really wash with me. That's not really why I tune into wrestling. I don't tune in to watch a fan make their dreams come true. I want to be watching superstars. I want to be watching people that are larger than life, like The Undertaker or Bray Wyatt, There's a place for fans that are trying to make it whatever, there's a place for that, but I just it never connects with me as well. It just doesn't do it for me. I want to be watching people that are here to be stars. I want to watch people that are larger than life, that are just big personalities, big characters. So the concern with Roxanne going back to being a babyface is I'm worried they'll present her that way. And she'll be this kind of like, oh my God, I'm so fortunate to be here, blah, blah, blah. No, you're not. You're really good. You're a really good wrestler that's put in a lot of work. Like, be the superstar that you are, rather than a fan that's, pretending to be a superstar. Be a superstar. So I found that very frustrating when she was in NXT. And actually, when she turned heel and kind of abandoned all of that, she went to a different level with me. I really started to enjoy her a lot more when she turned heel. So that would be my concern with Roxanne going back. But I think hopefully enough time has gone by. She's obviously on the main roster now. If she turns face, I'm hoping that we don't just go back to that. And actually, you know, we can present her a different way as a babyface. And I'm sure she would be if she was feuding with Liv, because I really don't like Liv as a babyface. I think Liv does that bratty, arrogant, I'm better than you, watch me. I think she does that so well. That just seems to come very easy for her. You know, that kind of trouble, like, you know, I'm so good, I'm such a great singer. It's like, I think she does the heel stuff really, really well. She went to a different level when she turned heel as well. So, yeah, I think for me, Raquel is just struggling to be that giant. Obviously, Kevin Nash had a few words, didn't he? Saying that she needs to do certain bits and bobs. And her response to him was fantastic. She was like, listen, if someone with the credibility of Kevin Nash, one of the greatest big men of all time, is going to, you know, give me advice, give me pointers, I'm going to lap it up. So, you know, she responded in a real positive way. But I agree with him. I think there is still work to be done there. Whenever she makes her way down to the ring, I don't know about you, I don't think anyone goes, oh, it's badass. She's going to mess some girls up now. It just doesn't feel that way. And I think that's what we're missing at the moment. I actually think she maybe needs to turn the aggression up, turn the brutality up, be, you know, take no prisoners. That's why I say I think, like, she's maybe a bit too nice, because, you know, you're a heel. You're a heel in the Judgment Day. You're the monster. You're the big female, tall, strong, powerful. You got to use all of that to your advantage. She just strikes me as holding back and not really actually fully invested in it. And I don't think it's because she doesn't want to. I just wonder if she's not just like a really lovely person and just doesn't really know how, you know? So Roxanne definitely intrigues me more. Roxanne as a face, but we've spoken of the concerns there. Taking on Liv as the heel, I'd love to see that. Big Time said, would we say 2026 is on par or ahead of 25 ahead? I don't find the weekly shows to be sterile and lifeless and throwaway like last year. Maybe OMG moments are lacking in 2026. Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, I do still find it a bit of a struggle. And I do judge it that way. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. I just think if you've got like a big moment that you go, oh my God, you know, and it's a big sort of OMG moment, that's my thumbnail done for the breakdown. I don't even have to think about it. Like, do you know what I mean? There it is. That's the thumbnail. That's what everyone's talking about. That's what we need to focus on. And there are times where I'm like, I just don't know. I don't know what image I should be using. I don't know what word I should be putting on my thumbnail. I don't know. I don't know what's the title, what's the headline. And there are a lot of episodes where I'm in that situation, which says to me that it's been a solid show with some decent matches and some storyline progression, but it's not, where's the big cliffhanger? Where's the big, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. Where's that? Do you know what I mean? So I would not disagree with that. But I do think that this is better. I think the storytelling is better. I mean, you've only got to point to last year, top end of the card for the one show was Cena, right? And his retirement run and him being a heel, which I don't think is fondly remembered, right? And then on the other show, we're trying to bring through the Vision. You know, we've got, and it's not really working. It's the vibe ain't vibing. And the Vision are, you know, trying to get themselves over as this kind of next bloodline, right? And it's not really working. If you think that's kind of where we were at this time last year, this time last year, that's what we were doing. Cena was still a heel. He didn't turn until the night before SummerSlam. And the Vision got together the night after WrestleMania. And that group hadn't split up yet, right? Seth obviously cashes in, doesn't he, at SummerSlam? So that's exactly what we're doing. That is your top end of the card this time last year. And look at where we are now. Where we are now is we've got Bloodline back, and they've been doing some interesting stuff with Jacob and Jacob's relationship with Jay. Is the Bloodline story right now better than the Vision last year? Undeniably, yes. Right? Undeniably. And then on the other side, we've got Sammy and Cody and Gunther. Is that more interesting than heel John, which had been running for, months by this point last year and just did not feel right? And he was coming out and he was still getting cheered. The fans they were buying tickets to say goodbye to him because it was his last year. And he wasn't, no one wanted to boo him. And he was trying, but the fans weren't buying it. And it just wasn't working. And, there were some good moments. I'm not going to bury the whole thing. I mean, the turn was good. And Punkonomics was fun. So there was the odd segment that you can go, yeah, that was all right. But by and large, no. So if you compare what we're doing with Cody and Gunther and Sammy, I think that's quite interesting. And if you compare on the other side, the Bloodline story we're doing right now, I think that's interesting. I think it's certainly better than the Vision. Yeah, we're in a better place. The top end of the card really does drive the shows because they tend to open the show and that story. And you might go backstage during the show to that story. And sometimes that story even plays a part in the main event and is obviously a key driver to the next PLE. So the top end stories are the most important things. This is why if business was down historically, you would change the champion because that's what drives the business. So if you want to know how WWE is performing any given time, just look at the top of the cards. Who's champion? What's the big stories? What's the big feuds at the top of the card? Yes, there are many occasions where the mid-card is doing lifting and there's some really good stuff going on, of course. But look at the top of the card. That's your main driver. And this year is much better than where we were this year last year. And I think as a result, the shows are doing better as well. So I definitely see 2026 being an improvement on 2025. I keep saying I'm going to do it. And I am going to do it. I really want to add up the averages on Cage Match for Raw and SmackDown every year, just as a guide to see if how I feel is actually bearing out in the numbers, I feel like this year is doing better. Is it? If I was to add up all the Raws and average it and compare it to the average Raw score from last year, is it doing better? That would be very interesting to me. I'm interested in those kinds of things. So that's a piece. And I'd love to do that, like going all the way back to 93 for Raw and 99 for SmackDown, because I'd love to know what the worst years were, actually numbers-wise, right? I'd like to know, like, 95. At a guess, I'd say, like, 95, 2019, I'd probably throw, like, those years out. Maybe 2021. I mean, Thunderdome sucked, in my opinion. So, these would be the years I'd be expecting to see down there. And then, for good years, I'd be expecting 98. I'd be expecting 2023. I'd be expecting maybe 2013, 2014. Some good stuff there. Actually, early 2010s not bad. I mean, you got the Summer of Punk, haven't you? Like around 2011. And so that sort of period there, there's some interesting stuff happening. So I'd be expecting, like, those to show themselves. And obviously, maybe 2001 was frustrating because of the invasion. So I don't actually know how 2001 would come out, but we could even rank all the years, which would be really interesting. So it's a big piece of work, though, to sit down and get all those scores and sort of work out those averages. I mean, that's hours and hours and hours of work, but I think it'd be really worth it. Probably there's a video in it as well, to be honest, like presenting all that info. Like, here is the 5 worst years. Here's the 5 best years. Here's how each decade kind of compares to each other. Here's where we are right now. Here's how this year compares to last year. Here's every year since the pandemic. Here's a breakdown by month. That'd be interesting as well, wouldn't it? On average, what's the score for December and April? And I would imagine March would be, and April would be the 2 strongest, because that's pre and post Mania. So you would think the build to Mania and then the Raw after Mania would help those months. So I would think that would be the strongest area. But what are those numbers, and how do they compare to a December and a November? That kind of stuff is interesting to me. That's how you know that I'm a virgin, right? Because I find that stuff interesting. And only virgins find that stuff interesting. So that's how you can tell, to be honest. That is how you can tell. That is the giveaway right there. And also, virgins like to drink water, so I'm going to go and do that. Give me a sec. Nice. Okay, where are we time-wise? 1-0 Argentina. Oh, who scored? Tyler said it's all right, Days. We've always suspected it. Thank you, Tyler. I really wanted to get it off my chest, and I've waited years to reveal it, so I just thought, what better way of kind of getting it out there than just kind of putting it at the end of this very, very dull conversation. So, but again, that's how you can tell. So I'm not going to say I'm sorry for it. Okay. Where are we? We're only 17 minutes away now from the show. Blue World Sonic, shout out to you, my friend, said, let's do this. Kian said, Days, hope you're doing well. Having a great day. Let's hope that Raw is good tonight. Yep. And is Night of Champions this weekend. Yep. Do we think that Brock costs over against Jay? I've also got my Jenna Ortega phone case. Do I think Brock costs over? Yeah, I do, actually. I think that setting up a match for SummerSlam makes a lot of sense in my mind. They've even had Oba come out just the other day saying, I thought you would be here. I mean, he's even seemingly like calling him out. He's even sort of saying, like, you know, you're a coward and all this sort of stuff. I mean, I don't really know why Oba would do that, because you are setting yourself up for a fall, you know? I mean, why not just try and hope that he doesn't pick on you until you get King of the Ring out the way or something, you know? Instead, like, he beats Dominic. He goes, I'm surprised you weren't here, Brock, you know? Looks like I'm going to be the man that's remembered for ending you, and you're just going to be the man that ran away from me. So, I mean, he's thrown shade at Brock. It's not like he's not mentioning Brock. He's thrown shade at Brock, and it does feel, doesn't it, like the table is set for Brock to make his presence felt and, you know, cost over. Rover in Saudi, Brock coming down and popping that crowd. Setting up SummerSlam, which is our next event, early August. Yeah. It does feel that way. This is why we've been having so many conversations around Jay winning and what that looks like and who does he face. So, yeah, I think he does. It doesn't mean he's going to, though. I mean, there were some good points made earlier, talking about how, he doesn't have to because, we could end up kind of Cody winning, CM Punk coming back. Oba could end up winning and then going off against Roman. And so, but then when do we do Oba Brock? When do we do that? Unless it's the double duty thing, and that really is what they're going to do. So, which they could do. That could be the plan. I mean, again, it's not something I'm personally looking for, but they've done many, many, many things that I've personally not been looking for, so that wouldn't be anything new. LJ said, I'm not going to lie. I feel like when it comes to Jay and Oba, since surprises come, I think Bloodline will come with Jay. I think Bloodline's going to sabotage Oba. I think Jay wins. Sorry, Oba Femi. Yeah, but he has got that to deal with as well. I do wonder, though, if he deals with that. Does he actually manage to deal with Jacob and Jimmy? I don't think Roman's getting involved, but I wonder if he deals with Jacob and Jimmy, and actually he's still there, and Jay's like, "Oh my god, I'm a dead man," and then that's when Brock attacks. I mean, I think that's an option. Bloodline couldn't quite get it done. It was not looking good, but yeah, Jay managed to win it. Thanks to Brock Lesnar, who definitely did not do it to help the Bloodline. But, I could see that happening as well. It is good. I mean, I'll tell you, the leaks have kind of dried up. I mean, we're really not getting this SummerSlam card spoiled, which is fantastic that we still don't know what I mean, could you imagine if it came out that Jay, Cody is the plan for SummerSlam? I mean, that would be just King of the Ring ruined, But thankfully, that is not out there. We don't know what the plan is for SummerSlam because none of that stuff has leaked, which, as I said, is absolutely fantastic news. I don't know how they've managed to kind of keep those leaks from kind of getting out there. I feel like the other year it was quite bad. But they've done a really good job, actually, of kind of cutting all of that stuff down now, which I think is helping. Days Brock and Oba being big behemoths. I'm looking for that OMG moment, like Bronson and Braun said big time. Yeah, I can understand that. That was a great feud. And I think we've said it a lot, but it's worth repeating because there's people joining us for the first time all the time. And if you are, welcome. If you've joined us before, welcome. Everyone's welcome. Hell in a Cell. I'd love Hell in a Cell. I've wanted Hell in a Cell for a while now in this feud. But yeah, I agree with you. I think we need something that's going to, set the table for them to do something special. What that would look like, I'm not sure. I don't know if you have the two of them fighting on top of the cell and, what that looks like. That could you imagine Brock and Oba on top of, just think of the visual of that and how amazing that would look. I certainly don't think anyone's going to take a big bump off the top of the cell, what with them being the size they are. But you can tease some stuff and do some stuff. And just the visual of them two throwing shots back and forth on top of the cell could be amazing. Perhaps you could gimmick it whereby the actual roof starts to go. Doesn't go, but I wonder if you could gimmick it where it actually starts to sort of break. I wonder if you could make like parts of it easy to break. So, parts of it, if you put weight on it, will go. But actually the rest of it's fine. So the rest of it is like reinforced or something. That ain't going, but there's just parts of it that will go if you put weight on it. So it sort of looks like it's breaking. I wonder if there's something like that you could do. I'd be interested in that because could you, again, the visual of them fighting on top of the cell and not knowing what's coming next, and then all of a sudden part of the paneling starts like, breaking, and you're like, this thing's falling apart. They're going to fall through. The drama of all of that could be really exciting. So, yeah, and obviously, like, them fighting around the ringside area, like, around by the commentary tables, all the weapons, bloods. I mean, you just want to go crazy. I just want to go crazy. I'd want this thing to be, like, right up there with the CM Punk Drew McIntyre Hell in a Cell match, which was, like, one of the best matches of recent years. If we're talking best WWE matches since coming out of the pandemic, coming out of Thunderdome, I think that CM Punk Drew match is, like, top 5. It's, like, absolutely right up there. I'd want something to rival that if we did Ober Brock. This is why I've already seen them fight twice in a normal match. I'd really like it to be something special. Perhaps it could even be something other than Hell in a Cell, like some other match type, but I don't know. That one's got me, I think. That's the one that is in my mind. That's what I'd like to see. Did we hear the news that CM Punk's going back to the MMA commentary? I've not seen that it was confirmed, but it was mentioned the other day, and good. Yeah, good. I'm pleased that he's going back. I know it was something that he enjoyed doing. I don't see there being a reason why he can't do it. So yeah, good. CFFC is it, I believe? Des, what do we think about Jacob? Could he cost Jay? I only say this because Jay and Jacob have got tensions. Jacob won't listen to the twins. So Jacob costing could be like, that's why we don't trust you situation. It's an option. It's definitely an option. Yeah, I think we could absolutely look at doing that. I am open to that. That means Ober wins. Probably means double duty. Probably sets up Jacob J, which I'm really not down on. So yeah, that's definitely an option that's on the table. Jacob comes down, costs Jay. Although, I don't know why he would want to do that, because that's not just a turn on Jay, is it? It is a turn on the bloodline. Because, I mean, there ain't no way Roman's going to support that. I mean, you've let the family down by doing that. So, that is going against Roman. That might have some issues, some big repercussions to it. So, yeah, tricky. You can do it. I'm not saying you can't. You can absolutely do it. I don't know if it's a likely option. But what might be more likely is that he comes down to try and help Jay, ends up costing Jay. So he costs him. Didn't mean to. And then, you know, that way he didn't really let the family down, but Jay's still upset. Roman's caught in the middle. That's on the table. You could probably go that way. And you could have Jay claiming he did it on purpose. And you could have Jacob, you know, saying to Roman that he didn't. But then Jacob could give Jay some little looks that just make you go, oh, he did mean it, you know. So I think if this was a creative meeting and the idea was we want Jacob to cost Jay, I would go that way with like, okay, but let's make it look like it's accidental. And we'll have him tell Roman it was accidental. But let's also put some looks in that makes Jay know, actually, maybe it wasn't. Because I think that's more interesting. And actually, I think that probably fits better. So, yeah, I think there is a way forward with that. You could do something there. 5 minutes to go. Are there any updates on a Bronson return? No updates. Last I saw was him putting a comment out saying, man, you guys really need me back. So, you know, he was making it kind of very clear, you know, man, you guys, you really miss me, Bads. And he was sort of making out that it might not be too long. So, I don't know if it's going to be around SummerSlam or just after SummerSlam. I think if I'm a betting man, I would say maybe just after SummerSlam. But he could be part of the build, you know. He could be an interesting swerve on the road to SummerSlam. Okay, where are we? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How long are WWE going to keep the vision going for, said Radiate Zombie? Well, I think they're going to keep it going for a while, to be honest, because I don't think they feel like they've properly pulled the trigger with it. Obviously, its original idea, which was being the group for Seth, changed. So that was the original idea. Then it became more Bron Breaker's group. Then everyone got injured. I think, I don't think they've really scratched the surface with what they can do with this group yet. So I would imagine the plan right now is just get everyone back. Just get everyone back healthy. Let's see what the landscape looks like, and let's take it from there. So I think like it's got next year in it. I can see it being around on the road to WrestleMania. I think at that point, depending on where we are with how it's working, might dictate whether we abandon it post-Mania. But I think it's probably got legs till Mania. Right, let me click on this because I haven't even got Raw set up. There we go. Yeah, if you are watching, we are obviously coming from London. Hence why we are early. This is definitely going to be catching some people out today. We are going to do our breakdown and opinions video after this. So I do sometimes get people getting in touch going, it's a spoiler doing breakdown this early. I haven't had a chance to watch it. It's like, I'm sorry, there's just not much we can do. This airs live around the world at the same time. And, when do you kind of wait till, So, yeah, we'll do just like as soon as this is done, we'll go straight into the breakdown video. We'll just act like it's a normal show, and we'll do our opinions and all of that and get all that sorted. I do really want to get an unseen done. I mean, obviously, the reason why there hasn't been one is because of this earlier start time. So I might even turn my attention to an unseen and see if I can, work on that after. Because I would have liked to have had one of those out, but this has thrown a bit of a spanner in the works, to be honest. Okay, 1 minute 20, and we'll be underway. Connor said, if we do not get Roman Rock happening at Mania, who would we like to face Roman? I would save the Ober match for then. I think Ober Roman is probably the big match you can do. And, where if you think about after WrestleMania, Roman had just beaten CM Punk. Who were the live crowd chanting for? They were chanting for Ober. When Roman was out there, they could have chanted for anyone. They chanted Ober's name. And when Ober was out there, they were chanting OTC. So it's very clear, and I don't just think it was the WrestleMania fans. I think the general consensus is that's the big match. That's the big showdown that everyone's interested in. And so I think, like, if you keep building Ober up and giving him wins, I think that you can get a big, big Roman Ober match go down at WrestleMania next year. So I would do that. That's also part of the reason why I'm probably not crazy about the double duty, because I think that you could save that Ober Roman match. But I mean, listen, perhaps they are doing Rock Roman. Perhaps it's in the book. Perhaps they know it's going to happen. And so we don't need to worry about saving it because they've got some even bigger plan for WrestleMania next year, which would be Rock versus Roman. Miss Anita Housen, hello. Hello, everyone. Number 96 on the thumbs up list. Hope everyone's having a good Monday so far. I hope Raw is going to be a good one. Miss Anita Housen, shout out to you. Yes, highest of expectations. But yes, let's hope that it's worth watching, worth tuning in for. Let's hope they've got something up their sleeve that can make this early start worth it. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Then, now, forever together. Let's go. Look at the River Thames. Have you ever seen dirtier water in your life? They were like, shall we get a shot of the dirtiest river in the world? Yeah, that would be a great way to open the show. Oh, that's fun. That's the foyer when you first walk in. It's pretty cool, the O2, actually. I mean, it's just like a big circus tent. You've got the arena in the middle of it, but actually all around the outside, there's all these restaurants, and there's a cinema that's in there. There's an exhibition space that's in there. There's also a second venue that's in there as well. I mean, it's huge. The actual inside of that O2 dome is really big. The actual arena part it's quite steep, the arena. They've managed to fit like this 20,000 arena into the center part, which leaves all this kind of outside space. So they added a shopping mall. Seriously, in there. There's like this area on the outside that's just loads of shops. Then you've got like the restaurants. There's a cinema, exhibition space, second venue. It's flipping loads of stuff in there, you know. You could spend a couple of hours in the O2, just kind of going around the outside, going for drinks and something to eat before you actually then go in. Makes sense, doesn't it? Because they want you to just spend all your time in there rather than spending your money elsewhere. Okay, we're just seeing everyone walking around backstage. There's the Street Profits. $13,000. Can hold more than that. Okay, I don't know what's opening the show. Let's go. Metal Mama, hello. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, we're starting with Uber. Okay, good start. Good start. Uber. Here he comes. London in fine voice. Oh, that's pretty fun. So you could actually see his like shadow, his on the crowds. I don't know how they did that lighting, but you could see this big sort of light, and you could see his shadow. Okay, here's the why can they? I just don't get it. Why can they never find anyone that's doing it properly? How it is incredible to me. Even in London, you got people like, does he do that? Does he do that? Is that what you think he does? Is he go skiing? Does he? Is that what he does when he's making his way down? Power walking, is he? They do that, don't they? Actually. No one seems to be able to do the Oberstrut. London in fine voice, though. So, you know, even London seems to be struggling doing the Oberstrut. I'm going to let them off, though, because it's been quite warm. They're probably very hot. They're probably like, I could do it, but oh my God, I'm melting. I'm melting. I can't be bothered. Oh, God. Look at the smile on his face. He's loving it, isn't he? He's loving it. You guys are wonderful here in London tonight. As much as I'd love for you to chant my name all night, and so obviously they burst back into chanting his name again. And he's like, go on then. Go on then. Do you know, this is what I say about how it's so effortless for him. He is not thrown off by the crowds. You know. He's gone out there, they're chanting, you know, they start chanting and he's like, go on then. He is in control. If he wants to shut them down, he can shut them down. If he wants to let them breathe and do their chant, go on then. He's in total control. And he's only been on the main roster for, like, we're talking months. It's seriously impressive. Destiny is still on my sides. I will become your new king of the ring. That's prompts Oberchance again. Okay, he's talking about what championship should he go after. Yeah, so the crowd are making it very clear which way they want him to go. They want him to go after Roman. There's a few OTC chants, though. You can hear a few OTC chants. Here's Jay. Do you know, it's interesting, actually, because I don't know why I've only just thought about this, but Jay is obviously trying to win because he wants to bring the belt to the bloodline, yeah? He wants to get that second championship. He's trying to win for himself, but he's trying to win for the bloodline. But there is another aspect, isn't there? And that is that a loss actually means that Jay unleashes a monster on Roman. So not only is he trying to win for himself and trying to win for the bloodline, but he's also trying to prevent the biggest monster in WWE targeting Roman. So there is quite a bit at stake with Jay being in this match. Not just for Jay. You know, there's plenty on the table here for Roman as well. Because if Jay loses, that guy is seemingly going to set his sights on Roman. And actually, we just saw that with him going, shall I go after this belt? You know, the one Cody's got. No reaction. Or shall I go after this? Yeah! Big reaction, as everyone knows. It sets up the match that everyone really would like to see. As we said, probably the biggest match you can do at the moment. Other than Roman. Jay making his way down. It's okay. Brock's got Ober, said the heel final boss. There's no way that Jay beats Ober straight up, said Lone Star Fred. No, it's going to need shenanigans. It's going to definitely need shenanigans. Jay has made his way down, and he's made his way down on his own. Now, I'm sure we're going to be feeling the presence of Jacob and Jimmy at some point. Their presence not being felt right now. Jay is focused. Jay realizes the task at hand. I kind of like what Jay's wearing here, you know. Jay is in all black. Oba, not impressed with what he's seeing. No bright colours here for Jay. No bright yeet shirt and yeet glasses. He looks classier, actually. He doesn't look like a walk-in advertisement for the merch stand. Dare I say he looks more heelish. Yeah, Oba is not impressed. He's looking over at Jay. Jay is in the ring. That's a sick chain that he's got. Some serious size to that. Oh my God, London! You absolute bunch of virgins. This is game recognizing game. They're all there going, run it back, will you run it back? Jay, run it back. Jesus Christ. I'm leaving this country. I forgive the kids. They don't know better. But when you've got grown adults going, Jay, run it back, Jay, run it back, Jay, you've got the virgin. Yeah, that's right. I hate people having fun. That's correct. Okay, Jay has run it back. Let's get into this promo. Let's see what Jay's got to say. They counted me out when I won the Rumble. They counted me out when I won the World Heavyweight Championship. I'm watching, I feel like I'm watching a match right now. I'm watching Jey Uso versus Jey Uso. I'm watching Jey Uso versus Jey Uso because I'm watching a blown-up Jey Uso battle his way through a promo. That is Jey Uso absolutely gassed, right? After doing the entrance, running it back, having to try and battle his way through that promo. If I'm over, I'm just standing there like, you're getting yourself in a whole mess here, bud. If you shoot, don't miss that Oba, because I'll destroy you. And if you don't miss, I'll still destroy you. You're not the family member I'm really worried about. Okay. You're not the family member I'm really worried about. Okay. I mean, that's good from Oba. It's pretty straightforward stuff, but it's fun. Okay, we've cut away from those two. We've gone to Corey and Michael. Yeah, just seeing when Eric Andre was jiggling Jacob's Ulafala. Roman directing Jacob to deliver those splashes on Eric Andre. Bang. He's loving it. Roman's loving it. He's getting a bit corrupted by it, actually. It's a nice display in the background, isn't it? I can see a Money in the Bank in there, a UFC belt, basketball thing, some signed jerseys. Okay, we got LA Knight speaking with Adam Pearce right now. Here's Jimmy. That is true. Okay, Jimmy against LA gets made. Yeet. The glasses are on, the glasses are off. Okay, Brie modes. Okay, should be a nice pop for Paige, and I hope she gets a nice pop. Here's Brie. Standing in the entranceway. Here's Paige. That's nice. I like her gear. She's got the Union flag on her gear. Okay, this is a championship match. Boo! Boo! Scream mode taking on Bayley. I'm guessing Bayley's going to get "Are You Going to Be My Girl" chance. That was a nice little pop. It wasn't anything huge, but it was a nice little pop. I know she was excited for being back in the UK. Okay. Let's turn our attention to the chats. Truthhausen said that was just snooze time. LA Knight is truly in a vortex, said Alex. Can WWE stop having their tag teams come out without combined music? I never have to hear Brie mode again. It'll be too soon. Kaz said, was it a huge pop? I wouldn't say it was a huge pop. There was a nice pop. But no, I mean, it was not anything thunderous. Ronnie said, don't you think WWE have painted themselves in a corner? When you put Oba in a 2v1 squash match against no one, then you have to put him against Jay after losing to Lesnar. How is Oba going to look good here? I think he's going to look good because I think he's going to be fairly dominant. I mean, I would imagine that he'll, I would imagine the bell will sound. Jay will be largely in retreat mode. I could see it being a case where Oba chases Jay around the outside. Jay gets in the ring. Oba gets in the ring. Jay takes advantage. And, delivers like a baseball slide, catches Oba, maybe grabs him, works him into the ring post. Actually, Jay can gain that advantage and try and capitalize on it, if you will. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult. It is a challenge to book Oba against people. It's a challenge we've had before with Brock, though, and other like really powerful, dominant superstars. So there is no way Jay wins this without outside interference. It's going to have to take ring post, all the... We're going to have to reach into the bag of tricks, you know? It's going to have to take things like exposed turnbuckles, using the ring post, the running around the outside, getting in the ring, they come in, baseball slides, you catch them, you know, stuff like that. Maybe even like referee distracted, going for low blows or things along those lines. Grey area, what with Jay being kind of babyface, but I don't know. I mean, like, he's coming out there in black and, you know, he's jumped LA Knight. And I don't know, it's debatable as to where we are with Roman and Jacob. And I've seen people asking, is Roman a heel? Is Roman a face? So I think, you know, the truth is when that bell rings, it's going to be whatever it takes really to get the job done. So I think if you book in that match, you're going to have to reach into your bag of tricks to make it competitive. And then obviously Ober's going to come back. He's going to be throwing Jay around. He's going to be close to winning. That's when you want to pull the trigger on Jacob. It's when you want to pull the trigger on Jimmy. I could see those guys coming down. That's then going to be a numbers game. It's going to be a problem for Ober. I could see Ober overcoming that. And then this is when I wonder if Brock makes his presence felt and bang, Jay gets the win in the end. Prediction-wise, you know, I will try and get a video done, and that's roughly how I see it being structured, where Ober will eventually succumb to a numbers game to Brock. Jay gets the win. Ober's not buried or anything in that regard because, I mean, the numbers were just against him. And we don't need to worry about him suffering a pinfall loss now because he's already suffered one, you know? I wouldn't hate it if he lost by count out or something, though, you know? I wouldn't hate that, but we don't need to worry about him, like, you know, being pinned or whatever because he's been pinned already. Okay, Lyra says, we need this. This is the one. This is our time. That's kind of like slightly different gear for Lyra. Okay, here we go then. We're about to get underway with the entrance for Bayley and Lyra. Lyra's really locked in here. Slightly different looking gorilla backstage. Doesn't look like they've brought the actual gorilla position over. Yeah, look, Lyra is screaming out, shouting out. Lyra's working hard here to really convince that this match matters to her, that this is a really big deal. Okay. What if somehow Jay just pins Ober clean? Do we think that kills Ober, said Radiated Zombie. I think it hurts Ober, yeah. I just can't see any way that happens. Not clean. Clean to me is no outside interference, no distractions. It's just a match and Jay wins. I mean, yeah, that hurts Ober. I mean, Ober's rise has been really quick. It's not built on classic matches or anything like that. It is built on just aura. That's all Ober's thing is built on. It's built on him looking like this badass, like this monster. And that can be thrown away very quickly because it's not been built over years of great matches. And, you know, if you have a bad match, it's okay. He'll have a good one soon because he's great. It's just built on aura. It's just built on his entrance and the fact that he's legit, he's a badass. If he's going to start suffering clean losses to people, then you're going to start finding yourself getting into Braun Strowman territory, where Braun Strowman, you know, sort of was a big monster that had aura and, dare I say, lost it. You know, you'll always be a problem. You're always going to have size and you're always going to be able to come down and be a problem. But, you know, Braun Strowman never felt the same after he suffered losses against certain people. And dare I say, there were others in the past, like a Ryback, or I don't want to say a Great Khali. I think Great Khali was always limited, to be honest. But I think you've got to be very, very careful with Oba. This is why I was really down on him being pinned by Brock. I flipping hated that. Because I think his aura is built not on... I think his aura is built on sand. I don't think it's that strong. I think it's just built on his look and the perception of him. And I think pinfall loss is a real significant thing. So I think, I understand that people kind of expected it to be 1-1 and that Oba would lose, but I think he could have lost by count-out. He did not need to lose by pinfall. So I was not crazy about that. I would not have done that. I certainly wouldn't have him lose clean to Jay. Right now, we got Paige grabbing Brie, pulling her out the ring as they regroup. There was a Bayley to belly. Now we got Lyra coming around, nailing Paige. So Paige goes down hard. Bayley goes out the ring, grabs Brie, rolls her in, goes for the cover, and shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, right now we've got Brie rolling over the other side as Bayley goes after her. So, women's titles, tag titles on the line. Lyra did a decent job of letting us know this was, a big deal for her. And we've got Bayley chants ringing out right now. You can sort of tell that there's a lot of people in America that aren't watching this at the moment, because normally my feed on X is moving quite quickly. It's really, really slow right now. Apparently the King and Queen of the Ring finals are going to be up first at Night of Champions. King and Queen of the Ring finals taking place in the first hour of Night of Champions. Over against the ropes. Right now, Lyra with Brie and a big club-in blow. Just got a little advert for tickets for SmackDown tomorrow, so it must not be sold out, as we've got a little thing in the corner. Tickets on sale now. Clothesline. Lyra is in there with Brie at the moment. I believe we're at commercial break at the moment. Tag being made. Bayley coming in. Bayley throwing in some kicks to the midsection of Brie. Tag being made. Some quick tags being made right now. Okay, crowds are applauding away as Lyra is in there. Yeah. Lyra going for a quick cover, but she hadn't done enough groundwork on Brie. But some quick tags being made between Bayley and Lyra. Bayley is now back in, working on the arm of Brie. So we're setting up a hot tag moment here. Paige is on the outside, trying to reach over. Shots coming in there by Brie. Bayley, middle of the ring. Okay, clothesline there by Brie. Bayley goes down. Brie with Bayley. She's trying to get over to make the tag, but Bayley prevents it. And bang. Russian leg sweep. Days Bayley turned face in early 2024 when Damage Control Split won the title from EO. And creative has been pretty dreadful, I'd agree with that. We've said before, her as a babyface just never clicked. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, she's been put into a position where she's kind of helping girls. I don't know that they have really got her in their sights to be like a big focus. I think that they wanted to work with Lyra. They wanted to work with some of these new girls. I mean, opportunity could come around where they give her a run. you know, we kind of need an opponent for, say, EO or something. And like we need something a bit different. And, you know, Bayley's time comes again. So, I mean, that door's never closed for her. But, yeah, past few years in particular, it definitely has felt like she's done a lot of work with Dakota and EO, with damage control. And now in recent kind of time, she's been doing a lot of work with Lyra. And, you know, we've been focused on that. Tag being made. In comes Paige. Nice pop there for that tag. Paige is in. She does a German there to Lyra. Duck underneath. German to Bayley. Paige with Fisherman. Bang. Nice suplex. She grabs. Oh. Fisherman suplexes to everyone. Kicks coming in there by Paige. Paige yells out, "This is my house." Okay. She was going for the Paige Turner. Didn't get it. Oh! Nightwing there by Lyra. Lyra with a Nightwing, but couldn't get the pin on Paige. Brie has to come in and make the save. Shuts forearms there by Bayley. Bayley to belly, no joy. Brie rolls up Bayley. Bayley ends up going to the outsides. Couple of moments here a little bit sloppy. It just felt a little bit off in a couple of places there, but there's still some good work going on. That was good by Lyra. Through the ropes, roll up there by Paige. 2. Okay, reverse there by Lyra was quite nice. Back up, kick. Paige goes down. Lyra comes over. She yells out, "This is my house." Oh. Yeah, I thought she was going for the cover, but she didn't. Oh! Rampage might do it too. Yeah, it does. It's a win for Scream Mode. Paige just managing to get the better of Lyra there momentarily with a Rampage. We saw some fisherman suplexes. There was a nice fisherman buster from Lyra that was in there that was kind of nice. Yeah, this there. So, there we go. The champs retain. I don't think it was an amazing match by any stretch of the imagination, but there was a couple of spots in there that looked okay. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about the match? You can fire your thoughts into the poll. Apparently, Jason Statham is in the house. Bit of frustration here with Lyra. She's quite emotional. Look, she's in tears. Are you okay? We'll get another chance. We're the best, says Bayley. We'll get another chance. Bayley helping Lyra up. Does sort of feel like a turn is coming, but oh no, it is coming! Oh, it was! Lyra snaps on Bayley, starts stomping away. She jumps on top, wailing away on Bayley. Oh, she slaps her. Wow. Okay. I was just about to say it feels like a turn's coming, but I'm not sure it is. It felt like there might just be like teasing it. But nah, man, she snapped. Lyra wailing away on Bayley. And I gotta be honest, I don't mind this. I feel like this tag team might have run its course. I wouldn't have hated a tag title run here, but, you know, they didn't do it. It didn't go that way. I'm not down on doing a feud here between these two. Lyra again coming over, picking up Bayley, looking for Nightwing. Yeah, she's Bayley down. It could be a good match. Bayley, Lyra. I think we've seen it before, but I'm definitely down for seeing it again. Don't touch me. Woo! Woo! I got a thumbnail! Yay! Winning, 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 winning. Half an hour in and I've got a thumbnail. Yes. Bayley is down at the moment, and yeah, to be honest, I'm way more interested in Bayley being in a singles match than I am in her being in tag matches. So her now going into a program, into a feud with Lyra, I'll take that. Sign me up for that. Yeah, this isn't just a physical attack, it's an emotional attack as well. The crowd are singing as Bayley makes her way out the ring. Days, I thought Bayley was the one that was going to turn on Lyra, says Connor. The Lyra turn could be good. You've got Becky. I don't see Lyra as a heel, though. Well, they're going to take a look at that, aren't they? They're going to take a look at her as a heel. Yeah, I'm interested. They've got me. Bayley being led away there by Ref Jess. Do we think Liv will be out with an injury? I don't know. There's been no update in regards to an injury. Matt Sarah is on Stephanie's podcast. Yeah, apparently we're doing a face-to-face tonight with the finalists. There's been no word up to this stage of any issue with Liv, so I don't know if all of that is not just being blown out of proportion at the moment. We'll obviously find out. It's the perfect shock out of nowhere, said Isaac. Boom! Are we at commercial break? I'm not sure. They're just showing a clip from Stephanie's podcast right now. And now the screen has gone to black and we don't have anything at all. Because we don't deserve anything. I think we were at commercial break there. Michael Cole is shook. Michael Cole is currently shook. He cannot believe what he has just witnessed. Stephanie's interviewing UFC fighters now. Dub TKO, said Ampy Ballin. Yeah. Probably does make sense, actually. Probably does make sense for her to do that because, yeah, she can interview the wrestlers, of course, and there's plenty of wrestlers for her to interview there, but she can dig into the UFC fighters as well. Maybe get some bull riders on there under the TKO umbrella as well, aren't they? The professional bull riding. Let's get some bulls on. Okay, they're just showing a replay of the turn. Oh, we're backstage with Lyra. She didn't want to talk about it. She didn't want to talk about it. No, she walks away. She don't want to talk about it. Jackie. Stupid Jackie. Okay, Chad Gable's coming out. with his new theme song, which people were divided on. He likes it. This felt like when Bayley finally snapped and turned on Sasha, says Boomers. The crowd didn't give a reaction, said Jojo. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they did really, to be honest. Well, they're joining in, clapping along as he's getting them going, you know. He's working. I mean, he's working hard here. They are applauding along with him. I wonder if the Gable thing will catch on. The energy, says Chads. Okay, well, he's in the ring. There is a Gable chant that's broken out. Chad looking around. I think that means something. That means something. I love it, he says. Okay. Chad Gable has had one hell of a month, says Chad Gable. Okay. I lost my self-respect. I lost my reputation. I lost some friends. Is he going to call out Maxine and Otis and... Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm okay with this. This could be interesting. Otis. Yeah, he wants Tozawa. He wants Maxine. Becky has just put a few comments out about Lyra. Classic loony Lyra trying to use my likeness at a very distressing time for clout. I'm the greatest IC champion, something you wouldn't know anything about. Hashtag Becky was right about everything. So Becky reacting to what's just gone down on Raw. Okay, here we go then. Maxine. Now, Maxine's obviously interesting because of her relationship to the Vision. Okay, they're in the ring right now. Let's see how this goes. This could be good. This could be fun. Thank you for coming out here. You've just wanted to be the best you could be since you've been here, and you did it. So there we go. Chad with some nice words to Maxine. The way I treated you was pathetic. It was embarrassing. And that's on me. Tozawa. The way I've treated you is pathetic as well. You saved Otis till last. We got some Otis chants breaking out. And you. You're the most loyal friend any human being could ever ask for. Oh. I don't know where this segment's going, though. I mean, he's apologising, but I wonder where it goes. He's acting emotional here. We've been friends for 20 years. I miss you. I suppose they've been friends in developmental, haven't they? Yeah. You held my girls in your arms the day after they were born. And I threw that all away. I did wonder if there was going to be a swerve then. You don't owe me anything, but I owe you something, so I'm going to look you in the eye and say, and then there's this pause. And he says, I'm sorry. You can see that Otis is a bit conflicted. I really like the fact we're giving Otis some TV time here. I like how he backed up. Oh. Yeah. She's with the Vision now, isn't she? Is this going to be a segment to get heat on Maxine? Maxine says she doesn't want to give him a second chance. Okay, well, she's a lost cause. If you're not going to accept the apology, get out the way. Let's see if Otis is going to accept it. Because Tozawa might and Otis might. Okay. We didn't need you then. We don't need you now. Oh, go on, Otis. You ain't got to listen to her. She's a wrong 'un. She's been corrupted by the Vision. Go on, Otis. Oh. God damn it. Wrong choice. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I quite like that segment. We go to the back where we've got Dragon Lee. See what I mean about how this show on paper didn't look like it was going to be that great, but actually there's work that's gone into this. Teach Ethan some respect. There's Pensa. Okay. Dragon Lee, Ethan coming up next. I'd like to do a poll for that last segment. I didn't feel like the opening segment needed it because it was quite short and it was pretty paint by numbers. But actually, that segment, I think it probably deserves Ethan's coming out. I wondered if that was like Danhausen for a second, but Ethan's making his way out. I think this is commercial break. So we're almost done with the first hour, and it's been okay. I don't think it's anything mind-blowing, but I think it's been solid. I mean, you know, the women's tag match, you lot scored it good 94, so you weren't blown away, but I do love the fact that I've got my thumbnail for the breakdown sorted, and I thought that last segment was quite interesting. I thought that was quite compelling. Okay, Ethan making his way down to the ring. I like the slight change they've made to the stage, said Alex. Robbie said 1-0 Argentina at the moment. I fancied this to be tricky for them, honestly. I think that it is a tricky game. I think that this is difficult because Austria are a very, very, very well organised team. They got a good manager in Ralph Rangnick, who used to, temporarily manage Man United. So, yeah, I thought this would be a bit tricky for them. So 1-0. I think you take that if you're Argentina. This absolutely could have been 0-0. I think this could have been a very, very frustrating match. So, looks like they're going to get the win and the 3 points. Word Live Cena fan said Chad should lick his wounds and just rebuild on SmackDown. Who Dat Saints Jay said it's been a poor match and a bad watch. David said let's go England tomorrow. Ronnie said what was the score of King of the Ring 97? We didn't score it. I said I felt it was in the sort of 5s. I don't think it was a 4 or anything below that because I thought that Triple H against Mankind was not too bad as a final. I really enjoyed Stone Cold and Shawn. So, I mean, there's a couple of matches there, but to be honest, there's probably about half an hour out of 2.5 hours that I think is worth checking out. The rest of it is pretty throwaway. There's some moments in matches where you go, that's nice, I don't mind that bit. But actually, when we looked at Cage Match and we saw, what the community had been scoring it on Cage Match, and Meltzer's scores are atrocious. A lot of the matches are like 1 star, 1.5 star. Crush versus... who was he facing? Goldust. Meltzer said that was 0 stars. He said it was a dud. Not worth watching at all. So, yeah, I mean, it was... I can't paint it to be, it's not... It was not the strongest of shows, but I feel like 5.2, that sort of range. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Maxine with a great promo, excellent delivery. Hopefully that can translate well for Theory. I could see a great Theory Gable feud over the IC title if Gable wins it at SummerSlam, says Bruno. Right, here's Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee versus Ethan Page. Okay. Dragon Lee coming out. Hopefully this is going to bang. Dragon Lee is always worth a watch. Ethan's always worth a watch. This could be okay. Dragon Lee making his way down to the ring. Becky says, Moody Maxine yelling at Gable. I told everyone, but no one listened. I was right again. So Becky taking a lot of dubs. She's not even on this show. Lovely work there by Dragon Lee. Okay, let's get the poll ended so we don't get confused. Dragon Lee comes over the top, lands on Ethan. Dragon Lee jumping off the barricades. Double axe handle. Grabbing Ethan, throwing Ethan in the ring. Dragon Lee shouting out at the crowds. Gable segment gets good 94. Good 94. Okay, Ethan looking out at the crowds. Stomp coming in there by Ethan. Dragon Lee gets thrown into the corner. That was nice by Ethan, putting his boot up and Dragon Lee going into his boot. Shots coming into the midsection. Dragon Lee with a chop. Forearm smash coming back there by Ethan. Okay, big boot. Dragon Lee charging in, kicks into Ethan, leg swipe, takes him down. Bang. That was nice. Dragon Lee backing up. Looking to charge in. Oh, drop kick in the corner. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ethan. Another chop coming in there by Dragon Lee. Top rope enziguri by Dragon Lee. Ethan is pulling at the mask. He pushes Dragon Lee down. Charging over. Big boot. Dragon Lee spills to the outsides. And I think we're just going to commercial break. 2-0 now. Messi gets another goal. Oh, he must have got that right at the flipping end. Yeah. 95th minute. Tell you what, he's absolutely running away with the golden boot at the moment, isn't he? 5 goals for Messi so far at this World Cup. Very impressive. London fans are dead inside, just as dead as American fans. Can't get excited for anything, said Mr. Unfamiliar. UK is falling down the Mania listing crowd, said Toby. I wouldn't disagree with that, actually. I think that the crowd have been a bit flat on this show. I wouldn't disagree. Yeah, they are a bit quiet. Shot coming in by Dragon Lee. Down he goes. Days, how much of Messi's career have you seen? Not loads, to be honest, but I don't tune into Spanish football, so I didn't really watch him when he was at Barcelona much. I saw him whenever he was doing Champions League matches against like British teams, and it'd be on TV over here. So I've never really watched him. I'm a football fan in the sense of I watch Man United and I watch England, but I'm not a football fan in the sense of I tune into other leagues and, you know, watch stuff like that. So I've never really cared for the whole Messi Ronaldo conversation. I've watched way more Ronaldo because he used to play for Man U, so I've saw all his Man U stuff. But when he went to Real Madrid, I wasn't tuning into him. Headlock in there by Ethan. Doesn't Messi play in the MLS now with Miami? He does, yeah. Headlock being applied here by Ethan. Crowd applauding away. It's keeping him grounded at the moment. Okay, still keeping him grounded. They're exhausted from the heat, said Truthhausen. It's not impossible they're flat. Don't blame them if that's the case, said Truthhausen. I think they're flat. I think they're flat. I think that you can say that the show has not been mind-blowing to the point where, you know, there's anything really for them to lose their minds over, but we've seen some really, really good reactions from London crowds over the years. I can understand why people are a bit like down on this crowd. They are being a bit quiet. German suplex. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Knee coming in by Dragon Lee. Looking for a DDT. Going for a cover. Two. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Dragon Lee. Okay. Hopefully this match can kind of get going a bit. During that commercial break, it really sort of settled down. You do see that quite a bit, to be honest, where matches really do kind of settle down. Oh, big kick coming in there by Ethan. Two. Kick out there by Dragon Lee. What are they chanting? Are they chanting Dragon Lee? Dragon Lee. I think they're chanting that. Into the corner. Forearm shot coming in there by Ethan. He's climbing up. A little bit sloppy. He's in a tree of woe. Dragon Lee is going up. Bang. Comes down. Comes stomping down. Goes for the cover. Two. Kick out there by Ethan. I've tuned into Raw from the World Cup. Have I missed anything? It's been okay. Yeah, I mean, we've had a Ober-J confrontation. We've had a turn. Lyra turned on Bayley. Not a bad segment from Chad and Alpha Academy, where he like tried to apologize and Maxine wasn't having it. So I'd say it's been okay. I don't think you missed anything major. Big knee coming in there by Dragon Lee. Ethan goes into the commentary table. Dragon Lee back in the ring. He's going to go against the ropes. Big air. Suicide dive. He kind of went so fast. He sort of overshot Ethan. Like a flipping bullet out of a gun. He kind of... I mean, he did make contact, but he didn't make loads of contact. It's definitely got the crowd's attention, though. Dragon Lee in the corner. He's taken the elbow pad off. Elbow. I think there's a bit of blood on the face of Ethan there, but Ethan kicks out. Yeah, Ethan's busted a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it looked like he was going for a Styles Clash. That's good defense, actually, by Ethan. Egoplex. 1, 2, 3. Ethan gets it. Ethan gets it. You can see a bit of damage around the eye there of Ethan. Ethan is a great seller, says Shining Wizards. Okay, let's get the score up. What did you think about that? Just showing a replay of that. Like suicide dive. It's a weird finish, isn't it? Where he's going for the Styles Clash. Ethan uses his head to hit Dragon Lee's dong. And it's kind of a low blow. But well hidden. Okay. WWE Unreal. Season 3 on the way. Okay. So WWE Unreal is on the way. Okay, we just got a video package as we build towards tag title match. Tag titles being defended. Get your thoughts in for that match. What did you think about Ethan versus Dragon? Okay. I'm sorry, but Lyra, I just can't take her seriously with the bird wings, said Wyatt. I don't know if she's going to be using the bird wings now that she's kind of embracing the kind of heel side. There could be a shift in her presentation now. In my opinion, that was fire. I didn't think it would be good, but gotta love all ego, Ethan Paige says, Undead Wrestling. Nothing involving Bayley, who I really love his interest in right now, says Kappa. Reese said, how's the crowd in London? I think they're pretty flat, honestly. I mean, I think when Chad came out, that was an opportunity for them to really make some noise, and it felt a little subdued. I think when Paige came out, it was an opportunity for them to make some noise, and it felt subdued. And then during the matches, it's kind of felt a little flat as well. Granted, I don't think there's been loads for them to get their teeth into, but I think there are moments that I would have expected them to have been louder in, and I don't think they were. So I think they're a little subdued. This is not France, which is disappointing to say. Okay, we're backstage with the Vision. We're just hearing from Logan right now. Bron Breakker said he's going to rip Seth's head off this weekend. Very confident vision is what we've got. There's EO. Okay, there's been lots of chatter around Liv. You're going to get your answer on Liv and what the current situation is. EO is going to be making her way out to the ring next for a confrontation with Liv Morgan. Okay. Shut up, Logan, says Connor. Byron is in the crowd. He's about to speak to someone. He's about to speak to Rusev. So he's about to speak to Rusev. AB, hello. Dragon Lee flying. Ethan Page talking. Eddie smiling. Let him cook. AB, I hope you're doing well. The Queen of the Sky. That's what she wants to be. That's what she wants to be. Not just the genius of the sky, but the Queen of the Sky. Okay, what time are we streaming Night of Champions? Well, you know us, we always start a couple of hours before the kickoff show. So we'll be doing that this weekend as well. So as soon as the kickoff show starts, we'll look to start a couple of hours before. Wyatt said, I can't take women like Lyra, Liv, Roxanne seriously because of their height and size. You want me to believe that women can beat up someone like Jade or Nia or Raquel, says Wyatt 6661. That's, I mean, that's happened throughout the history of wrestling though, hasn't it? I mean, it's quite rare for wrestling to have weight classes. It has happened. But in the history of WWE, we've only ever had that one kind of top title. So that must be a barrier for you when it comes to the guys as well. So, you know, like that's just how WWE has operated since its very beginning. Rusev is he snatched the microphone here from Byron. All right, he's going off here on Chad Gable. God, the shirt's coming off his livids. Okay, I think he's speaking Bulgarian. I mean, he's absolutely livid right now. Mate, he's trying to go viral there. I'm pretty sure he's trying to go viral. He has just brought so much energy to that promo. Look at him! Mate, Rusev has just absolutely lost it during commercial break. He has just absolutely lost it. He has just been a real ball of energy. The shirt was coming off. He was just going ham. Okay, we got a video package for Sol Ruka. Okay. We're just looking at the DoorDash logo. They're just showing us some Zuffa boxing goofs. Women and men are different when it comes to strength. It's not a sexist comment. It's facts, because a man being short doesn't mean he's not big. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. A short woman taking on a bigger woman is like a short guy taking on a bigger guy. Jason Statham being shown. Robbie said, what is that dude even talking about? Does he know that Ray was beating Kevin Nash in WCW and that he had a giant killer gimmick? I can understand the comment or the preference of, I struggle to believe smaller people beating the bigger giants. We've spoken before about how I think WWE could bring in a light heavyweight championship to give smaller people, not even smaller people, just average sized people, the opportunity to compete for top titles, because it is dominated by a Roman and a Cody and things like that. And on the women's side, a Rhea, a Jade, you know, I get it, you know. So I think that there's something to it, but, you know, Io is not the biggest, and she's arguably the best female wrestler WWE has got, right? She's arguably the best competitor, full stop. So, you know, Io is someone that I have no problem watching her go toe-to-toe with a Jade, with a Rhea. I mean, she's just so quick, so agile. She's just so good, so fluid. I don't find that a struggle. And then, of course, you know, people are going to be pointing to the likes of Rey Mysterio. People are going to be pointing to what Daniel Bryan was doing. We've had people on the shorter side throughout the history of WWE that have been able to make their mark. And it's, I don't think, been a struggle to buy it, but I can understand that there's something there. Io has made her way down, and she is in the ring. She's being interviewed by Jackie right now. I'm going to beat Liv Morgan to become the queen. Here's Liv. You're about to get your answer. She looks fine. Okay, Liv in the entranceway. I am the Liv Morgan, says Liv Morgan. Io's got her hands over her ears. She doesn't even want to hear her speak. You're not going to beat me on Saturday. Everyone in this arena knows that I am so much more talented than you. Okay, she says, all I'm missing is my crown. Connor says, shut up, Liv. Liv's great, says Jojo. Wyatt said, I'm just finding it hard to believe Io is more believable. I don't know why, says Wyatt. Okay. Liv said she's going to embarrass Io's best friend at SummerSlam. Are you sure that crown's going to fit on that big head of yours? You are arrogant. London bursts into some Io chants. Io speaking Japanese, going off on Liv. Liv wallops Io. Io to the outside. Kick coming in there by Io. Liv flailing away. Io with the springboards. Drop kick. Flips over into the emotes. Sign in the crowd said hot girls love Judgment Day. Finally, she stopped talking, says Only Kids. Io looked like she's been fighting all life in wrestling, says Wyatt6661. Okay, here's Jimmy. Here's Jay. Okay, here's Jacob. I like his Umaga shirt. Answer to your punk ass. Jacob says they're going to sit and wait. Let Solo cross that line. He won't like what he finds. Okay. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. Bum, 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 bum. Benito, hello. Hope you're doing well. So, LA Knight coming up next. We've got about an hour left to go of this show. That was kind of fun. I like that. Do you reckon you can fit that crown on your big headline? That was pretty fun. Days, who do we think is Stephanie will hopefully be medically cleared? Do we think she will be? Oh, yeah, I mean, she will one day. I'm not sure as to when she's going to reappear. I mean, obviously there is a chance at Night of Champions, but it could also be on the road to SummerSlam. She could also return at SummerSlam. There's many occasions where people have come back at SummerSlam. So it's very hard to say. They might even get SummerSlam out of the way and bring her back after that. So it's hard to know exactly when she's coming back, but because there's been no word on it. Everyone talking about Jacob's Umaga shirt, which I'm just going to show here in case anyone didn't see. It's nice. Great looking shirt, to be honest. So Jacob, represent him. Okay. 2000 said, I know the difference between disliking a character and not liking a person. I'm for the latter. Whatever she does doesn't impress me. Who's that? Who are we talking about? Yappy girls who behave like bratty teams. Oh, we're talking about Liv. Ronnie said, Bloodline is all over the place. Jacob, Solo, Big Jim, LA, Jay, they're just crashing out. Roman is indulging in the chaos, says Ronnie. Are we getting Liv, Rhea 12 or Rhea EO 28? I think EO's getting it. I would imagine that EO's going to win. That would mean, though, that we do EO Liv again. So EO Liv in the final, and then I think EO wins and probably selects Liv, and will mean that we get the rematch at SummerSlam. I would imagine Liv will find a way to retain at SummerSlam if that's what we end up doing. Okay, we've just got Ray on the Undertaker 6 Feet Under podcast, clip of that at the moment. Champ versus Champ is a cool plot too, says Ampy Ballin. Do we think Roman will try to get him? Do we think Roman will try to get him Paul back? What, Paul Heyman? It's difficult, innit? It's difficult 'cause you know that Heyman's going to betray you at some time, at some point. You never know when it's going to come. I don't think you can really trust him, so... And I think it would be good for their paths to cross. And depending on what's happening with Roman or what's happening on Heyman... I mean, if things are going well with the Vision and things are going well with the Bloodline, they don't really need each other. But actually, if, say, Heyman's struggling a bit, you know, like the Vision are sort of pushing him out or they're not in a good place, you could do something there where he kind of, you know, tries to convince Roman to take him back. Equally, if things aren't going well with the Bloodline, you could have Roman kind of interested in bringing Heyman back. At the moment, I'm thinking no. We've got Danhausen, Dominic, and JD right now. On what? You are... JD's been cursed. JD has been cursed. Now he's been electrocuted. Someone was laughing there on commentary. Oh, it was Michael. It was actually shot really well. The way that he acts shocked and the way they put the effects in, it looked really good. Michael Cole was like snorting on commentary. He was enjoying that so much. It looked really good, actually, the way that they just did that. So JD has been cursed. I don't know if the curse has just played out with him getting electrocuted. Plus also, what's the electrocution going to do to him? Because we've seen it's had an effect on Kit Wilson and on The Miz. Yeah, that was not bad. That was pretty fun. Okay, LA in the ring. We've got Jimmy making his way down. Where are we time-wise? Yeah, we got about an hour left to go of this show. That was pretty fun, honestly. I know we've seen the electrocuting thing done a few times already, so some people might be a bit bored with it, but I thought it was pretty good. What in the Lord Farquaad just happened, said Miss Anita. It was another electrocution. I tell you what, they need to sort that out. Far too many wrestlers are getting electrocuted right now. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. So we are underway with this match. LA Knight being thrown to the outsides. LA Knight goes to the outsides. Grabs Jimmy into the barricades. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. Okay, kick coming into the midsection. Another shot there by LA. Headbutt there by Jimmy. It's kind of rare to get a Jimmy Uso singles match. LA Knight going into the ring steps. LA Knight going back in the ring. Jimmy going after him. Okay. Elbow to the midsection there by LA Knight. Jimmy going into the commentary table. And again, LA Knight battling back. Smashing him repeatedly into the commentary table. Bang, bang. It's going to go again. Bang. Okay, little sell there from Jimmy. Stumbles back against the ring. Goes down. JD is going to think he's an Irish ace named Devlin now. That'd be good. That'd be good. Shot coming in. Jimmy reverse him. Net breaker. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Are we streaming later, said Benito? There is no later stream. It doesn't get shown later. It's just live globally. Unlike SmackDown, which is shown later on USA Network. Big boot there by Jimmy. Jimmy going up. Okay. Little bit of whisper in the wind. Kick out by Jimmy. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well. People say Raw ain't edgy anymore with all these electric shocks. I beg to differ. Hope you're doing well, James. Hope you're enjoying the World Cup. England tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Wow. I think there was an opportunity there for LA Knight to grab Jimmy's leg, do a dragon screw. Instead, he knocked the leg away, and that allowed Jimmy to get some offense in. I think that was a mistake there by LA Knight. Not a botch, just a mistake. Okay. Reversed. LA Knight goes into the barricades. Another barricade spot. Okay, I think, are we going to commercial break here? Looks like we're going to commercial break. LA Knight is down. Jimmy is in control after just hurling him into the barricades. Jimmy breaks the count. Nick says, thanks for the dedication to the community. Nick, shout out to you, but appreciate the kind words. Yeah, no, it's great. Love doing what we do. And I know that this has maybe caught a few people off guard. I think there's going to be a few people that don't realise that this week's episode is a bit earlier or coming from London. But I appreciate everyone that's joining us. It's great to see so many people still able to make it, even though it's at a less than convenient time for many. Net breaker there by LA Knight. We're back in the ring. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Okay, LA Knight grabbing Jimmy. It's been a good World Cup, said James. Had a small setback, but nothing too serious. Jennifer said, I'm just saying, we could be looking at an England against USA on July 4th. Can Yao win and take us back, said Jennifer. That couldn't happen, could it? Could you imagine that if it was England against USA on July 4th somehow? Stand up if you hate. I cannot make out what they're saying. Oh, stand up if you hate Scotland. Is that what they're chanting? I think they... Oh, Michael Cole just said Messi scored 2 tonight. Stand up if you hate Scotland, I think they were saying. Okay. Shot coming in. Oh, Tottenham. Oh, was it Tottenham? I thought they were saying Scotland because Michael was saying about the World Cup. Shot there by Jimmy. LA Knight Jimmy on the edge of the ring. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. Luke said, are we looking forward to Night of Champions? Yeah, I am. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a show that's going to really set up SummerSlam. So we'll have a really good idea as to where we're going to be for the big show, you know, at SummerSlam. So it's a significant show. It's not just like a standalone thing. It's going to have big, big repercussions, of course. So, yeah. Okay, Jimmy with a suplex on the outside of the ring, on the hardest part of the ring. I am struggling to care about this, you know. I am struggling to care about this flipping match. Jimmy in a singles match is kind of interesting, but it's not that great. Jimmy is back in one corner, LA Knight over in the other. I think we're back from this commercial break now, so hopefully this starts picking up. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Kick to midsection into a DDT. That was nice. So Jimmy down, LA Knight down. I think the fact the fans are chanting about things completely away from wrestling shows you just how captivating this is. Both Jimmy is down, LA Knight is down, the crowd are quiet. LS Dub said it is telling that Cole and Graves have spent the whole match just selling the heat between Knight and the Bloodline. Benito said, imagine if it's USA-Iran in the finals of the World Cup. That would be... It looks like Iran might find a way through that group. They've managed to pick up a couple of draws. Clothesline there by LA Knight. LA Knight over the other side against rope. Duck underneath. Comes down on Jimmy. He's back up. Looking for a leg sweep. Okay, right now we've got... Okay, he's still on the feet. Stumbles back elbow there by LA Knight. He's going against the ropes. Bang, Samoan drop there by Jimmy. Jimmy going for the cover. 2. No joy. No joy. It's all clean at the moment. No sign of Jay. No sign of Jacob. It's all clean. Jimmy is down. LA Knight is down. Shining Wizard said, I think a slight problem is the wrestlers know that they are at commercials. They don't really know how to do anything with it. They just wander around waiting for the ref to tell them they're back. To be honest, I just wish they wrestled. I just wish they just continued to work. And if they do something good, just go, this is what you missed during commercial break. I hate the fact the matches die, and then when we come back, they have to heat back up again. Picks him up, bang, plants him down. I mean, you obviously wouldn't do the finish during a commercial break, but I think it would just be good if the matches just continued. Going over against the ropes, looking for an elbow drop. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. LA Knight in control. LA Knight with Jimmy, picking him up. He's got him up on his shoulders. Jimmy back down on the feet, duck underneath. Bang. Super kick there by Jimmy. 2. Shoulder up there by LA Knight. Jimmy going over against the ropes. We've got a small section of the crowd chanting, "This is awesome." How do you have a crowd that's dead chanting about non-wrestling things? Okay, the crowd are getting a bit distracted now, so there must be someone coming through the crowds. LA Knight's going up, looking for... It's Solo. Solo has arrived. Solo came through the crowds. Solo going up. Smiles at Jimmy. Samoan spike to Jimmy. Samoan spike to Jimmy. LA Knight's a bit confused. Well, I mean, look, Solo said, didn't he, on SmackDown, if you're going to come and mess with my family, maybe I'll come and mess with yours. That's got Fatu chants. LA Knight's going to capitalize on it. BFT. 1, 2, 3. Well, there we go. LA Knight wins. Thanks to some assistance from Solo Sikoa. Solo in bright red suit. He definitely wasn't in any sort of camouflage. He was quite happy to be seen. Okay, they were just talking about Club WWE right now. You know the match is dead when Solo gets a reaction, said Jennifer. That is, honestly, this is awesome. Being chanted during that match is one of the strangest chants. The crowd were dead. They were so quiet. I swear to God, I think they chanted it out of boredom. I honestly think they were so bored, they were like, should we chant "This is awesome"? Okay, we got the Street Profits backstage. That could be a really good match. We're going to show the world that the vision is impaired. Okay. Did he say we're moments away from our main event? How does that make any sense? Commercials are just part of the TV deal on Netflix. Well, we've gone back to commercial again. But, oh, light's gone out. Is this going to be Danhausen? Oh, big pop for Danhausen. It's the Danhausen segment. There he is. Very evil, very nice. Very evil, very nice. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's see what Danhausen has got to say. Very evil, very nice, very evil, very nice. Very nice, very evil. The blimp didn't make it. Ah, boo. The cursed cruiser didn't make it. Is that the name? He said, I came here to see the Fanhausens and I heard someone go, that's us! He got interrupted earlier by Dominic Mysterio and some guy. How does Danhausen get to the next level in London? Oh, he's interested in being the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Hausen. There we go. Lights go off, and that's the end of the segment. He came out with a t-shirt cannon and never used it. Okay, NXT, Great American Bash. So we're going home tomorrow. Days, could Joe Hendry try and help the Street Profits win, says Connor. There's always a chance of it. People are saying that he's around. It's a nice shot, actually, of London. Okay, we're backstage with Jackie. Bayley is being looked at by medical. Here's Bayley. Okay, we got Raquel. He's... Oh. That's a good plan, actually. Roxanne's like, what about me? I thought that was pretty good, actually. So, we just had a segment there where, like, Raquel lost it a little bit with Liv. She's like, can't you see we're all not doing too hot right now? You're going to beat Io. We're not worried about that. But, you know, I'm not in the final. Neither's Roxanne. Dominic's lost money. JD's been electrocuted. And actually, she said to Raquel, like, you go after Sol Ruka. And I thought that was pretty good advice. Roxanne's like, what about me? But they had to go and deal with JD. Well, I thought that was a pretty good shout, actually, to get her... Is that Derek Chisora in the background? I think it is, isn't it? That dude looks a bit like Derek Chisora behind Michael Cole. But yeah, I thought that was not a bad little segment there. We've got a sit-down interview with Seth Rollins. This didn't go as I planned, said Seth. Wonder how many times Seth's been at the O2 Arena in his career. Okay, so we've just got, this is a sit-down interview right now with Seth. Backstage. I know the risks. A lot can go wrong for me in this situation. You know, I don't mind that. Sometimes you got to put all your chips on the table and just find out who you are. Okay. This is going to tell me and the world who Seth Rollins really is. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mind that. I would vote Danhausen for PM Hausen, said Liam. Roxanne being the third wheel is the story, says Pat. Okay, commercial break, but when we come back from commercial, we're going to have the tag titles being defended. Okay, felt like that was a segment, a part of the show there that required quite a bit of listening. So, Byron's back again. Here's with Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio. Okay, Robbie said they've once again put Cody in a position of not being the most popular guy in a match because that Saudi crowd will firmly be behind Sammy, says Robbie. Joe said, I am the visionary, I am the revolutionary, I am Seth freaking Rollins. Days, could Seth try and cost the Vision instead of Joe Hendry? Could Seth try and cost the Vision instead of Joe Hendry? Connor, just watch the match. Just watch the match. Don't worry about, like, you know, it's literally coming up next. Could Seth get involved? Yes. Could Joe Hendry get involved? Yes. Could no one get involved? Yes. The match is literally next. Radiated Zombie said, definitely a Montez heel turn coming, I think. Are you going to the O2 Arena tomorrow? No. I'm here to do the NXT watch along. Maxine is going to do something, says Liam. Bunkers said Joe Hendry is what I reckon. Maybe Bronson Reed comes back. Jennifer said either Street Profits crash out or Rollins interferes. Maxine is a disgrace, says Connor. Okay, right now we've just commercial break and we've got Ray saying a few words. We've got Dragon Lee saying a few words. I would second that. Danhausen to curse Liv, said Truthhausen. That is Derek Chisora, said Kaz. Oh, I wonder if he's signed with Zuffa or something. I could see that being the case. Rey Mysterio said he's got a plan to deal with Rusev and Ethan Page, but he's not going to reveal what it is. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Okay, and we've just got a advert for SummerSlam. Okay, we're backstage with Chad Gable. He's speaking with Adam Pearce. Is Liv, Dominic, JD. Okay, Dominic wants an apology from Chad. If you want an apology, try and beat it out of me. JD puts his hand out to introduce himself to Adam Pearce. Okay, yeah, Saturday. We have got a countdown show at 11 a.m. Eastern. Oof. Night of Champions is at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, well, we'll be all over that. I do like what they've done there with JD. That's pretty fun. They're just running down the Night of Champions card right now. Connor said, who was that in the background? I think it was just a security guard, just to make sure no one walked into the scene. If Jay doesn't win King of the Ring, said Rapturous, do we think he'll wrestle LA at SummerSlam? If he doesn't win, yeah, I could see that being a direction. I quite fancy him to get the win, but if he doesn't, then yeah, I think LA is on the table for him. Jim says, hello, Jim. The only problem with Night of Champions is the location. Donald asking where Raw was tonight. Radiated Zombie said a 6-match card. It's usually 5. That is true. Yeah. I think 6 might be a bit better, though. You hear a lot of people complaining about 5 because with 2 matches being shown for free on like ESPN or ESPN2, it means you only get 3 matches if you pay that like $29.99 to sign up to ESPN Plus or whatever. So actually this way, you know, you're getting an extra match, aren't you? So I can understand. I mean, not that it makes a huge difference, but you know, it's better. I like 4. I think 4 is the sweet spot, actually. I know there's some that want 8, 9, 10. I wouldn't. Okay, here's Street Profits then. Making their way down. This is going to be our main event. It's a weird show, this, actually. I feel like it started fairly well. I don't know. I wasn't crazy about Ethan and Dragon Lee. I really was not crazy about LA Knight and Jimmy. I've not felt bored, though. I mean, there's been lots to listen to and lots of backstage stuff. We got our thumbnail done in the first half hour. So I feel like that turn was good. In-ring, I think we've been lacking. So far, we've got good 94, good 96, good 89. We could do with this being great. We could do with a great match here. We might get it, honestly. So, Street Profits have made their way down. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. We know how good the Street Profits are. They're a really great tag team. Bron Breakker obviously going to be bringing a lot of athleticism. Here comes the Vision. There's Theory. There's Bron Breakker. Logan Paul is walking out with them as well. He can obviously still make his presence felt in this. Bron Breakker, Theory, holding up those championship belts. As they make their way down, Logan following behind. This is going to be our main event. Special start time next week, 6 Eastern. Okay, there we go. Vision have made their way down. Can Logan Paul please get attacked again, says Connor. Jadam said, I'd fire Logan to bring everyone else back. Special start time next week, says Lone Star Friends. Kader said, surely someone's going to come and deal with Logan. Not exactly his injureds. We need to see a promo battle between Bron and Izzy. What time is 6 Eastern in UK? Add 5 hours, so it'll be 11. Mr. said, I cannot stand this. The tag team championships are now interchangeable between opponents if they're in a group of more than 2. Freebird rule. Raw is early next week because they're taping SmackDown after, says Robbie. Kaz, shout out to you. I wonder if the ratings will suffer from different start times. Well, ratings have been suffering. I think I heard last week's Raw or the Raw the week before managed to get to 2.4. So it had gone down at one point to 2 million. Then it's gone to 2.4. I think this is going to suffer. I mean, it's obviously you've had the Argentina game on during this and you had the earlier start time as well. So I would imagine this will take a little bit of a hit in the ratings, but I think it'll still do okay. Okay, Bella sounded. We are underway. Okay. Corey said he wants to take a moment to acknowledge the evolution and the growth of Austin Theory. Okay, Bella sounded. Theory in control with Montez. Montez going over to the corner. And this is where those live events come in. Because in Birmingham last night, it was a singles match between Montez and Theory. So when we do a little sequence or we do a little moment here with Theory and Montez, we should be able to get a bit more out of it, and it should look a bit better because they've had an opportunity to work together just 24 hours ago. Shoulder barge there by Montez. Dawkins dropping Montez onto Theory. Robbie said the best part about SmackDown being taped is that it'll not have ads for the Netflix version. It'll be about 90 minutes or an hour 45. Mr. said, does it mean SmackDown's taped? It is, yeah. So there will be spoilers kind of all over social media. Okay, tag being made. The show is draining the life out of me, said Harmon. I'm meant to be celebrating that they're in London where I live, and this is what is happening. Yeah, it is a go home, though. I mean, I must admit, I didn't go into this show with the highest of expectations. I think for a go home, it's been okay. I think where we've struggled is in-ring. I think some of the in-ring tonight has been really poor. Certainly LA Knight Jimmy just was not clicking for me at all. You lot were not really blown away by Paige and Brie against Lyra Bayley. I mean, that got a good 94, and part of that score is going to be boosted by the turn after. I mean, as of right now, Ethan Dragon Lee might be the best match, and I was not blown away by that. I thought it had some nice moments, but by and large, very missable, very skippable. That's why we said we need this to really deliver a great rating. But, you know, there's been some good segments. I didn't mind Liv and Io. I didn't mind Oba and Jay at the start. I didn't mind Chad with Alpha Academy. I think there's been some interesting backstage segments. JD getting electrocuted was kind of fun. What are we chanting now? Stand up if you hate Logan. Okay, stand up if you hate Logan is what we've got now. Logan's telling London to settle down. Theory in the ring. Stump coming in there by Theory. Montez against the ropes, over the top. 1, 2. Okay, clothesline there by Theory. Theory going over to Dawkins, mocking the tag. Okay, Bron Breakker stomping away there on Montez. Oh, they're singing the Joe Hendry song. Some of the chants I've found quite hard to make out. Okay, Bron Breakker's in there now. So, yeah, these are the chants that he's been getting. Can we fire Logan Paul, the Joe Hendry song? Logan is a banker. And if you hate Logan, stand up. If you hate Logan, stand up. We've been getting that as well. So London are kind of creating their own entertainment by just throwing abuse at Logan Paul. Okay. I think we might have been at commercial. I think we're just about to come back from commercial right now. I missed the Paris show. I'm glad I did and missed paying $300 plus for the show. WWE is dead to me, said man like Danso. The life of it has been killed thanks to Triple H. Do we think Bron is a WrestleMania main event? And not right now. Not right now. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Big Time said Days Bayley Lyra feud could be really good if they let them be creative and tell their story with a good blow off at SummerSlam. Perhaps Bayley can bring back the two-face gimmick. Oh, I don't need that bit. I don't need the two-face gimmick thing. But I do think the feud could be good. Wyatt66 said Hendry's a meme gimmick. They was trying to get TNA wrestle. Ravestar said, do we think we'll ever go to a show in London? It's not a priority, honestly. I've been to Raw and SmackDown tapings. I enjoy doing this. I don't feel like I'm missing out. I'm quite happy watching the show. I don't know. I just don't feel the need to go and watch it live. I've done it. I've done that. I enjoy doing this. It's funny, actually, when people ask that, because it's like... People ask it as if I'm missing out. Like, oh, do you not want to go? It's like, no, I'm fine here. Quite happy watching it on TV, talking with you guys about what's happening. Like, I enjoy that way more than just sitting on my own in the crowd, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I'd really miss the streams. So, no, didn't even cross my mind to go. They were in Birmingham as well, you know. I think if I was going to go, I'd probably go to a live event on a night where we don't stream. Like, I could have done Birmingham. But, again, you know, the channel just takes up so much time. We ended up doing a King of the Ring 97 watch-along instead. Back elbow there by Dawkins. And bang, Theory goes down. Dawkins on fire. Charging over. Collides into Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker goes down to his knees. Days was lucky to be at that Fiend reveal episode, said James. Very lucky. Very lucky. Okay, right now. Theory on the shot. That's 7 years ago, you know. That's mental, innit? That's 7 years ago now. It's crazy how things go so fast. Logan gets involved. Puts Theory's foot on the rope. Out of there. Okay, referee is kicking Logan away from the ringside area. Okay, Logan's been told he's got to go. A healthy Logan would never have got caught. I'll be back. I'll be back, says Logan. Tag mates. In comes Dawkins. He's grabbing Theory. He's got Theory up. Montez. He goes to the outside. Shots coming in there by Dawkins. Pop, pop, pop. Forearms coming in by Dawkins. Another shot there by Dawkins. Shots there by Theory. Dawkins to the outsides. Bron Breakker getting in the ring. He's on the edge of the ring. Clothesline takes Dawkins over the commentary table. And that's our commercial spot. Okay. What do we think about McGregor returning, said Harmon? Well, I mean, there's a lot of controversy, isn't there, around, you know, what he's been seemingly getting up to outside of the octagon. I actually don't know where the average person is in regards to their thoughts about Conor. Putting all of that to one side, he's undeniably the biggest star in UFC history. I'm not saying he's the best. I'm saying he's the biggest if you look at the pay-per-view numbers. I think for him to maybe get one more match to say goodbye type thing, I don't think that's what they're saying at the moment. I don't think he's saying this is his retirement match. I think he legit thinks he's going to come back and, beat Holloway and all this. I don't think he will. He lost to Poirier twice years ago. So for him to come back and think he's going to get the better of Holloway, I don't see that happening. And I do wonder that he kind of knows that. And I do wonder that when he loses, is it just going to be taking the gloves off and, calling it quits? So actually him fighting, I am wondering if this is goodbye. And actually if he's kind of learnt that, he's moved on from fighting now. You kind of have to fight, don't you, when you're in his position as you come growing up, because it puts food on the table. But what happens when that's just not a concern anymore? He's got so much money now, putting food on the table. He doesn't want for anything. He's got a yacht and all this stuff. He's got a pub, and I mean, he just doesn't really fight, does he, anymore? He doesn't have to. I think trying to get him in the octagon is a flipping nightmare. Dana's said before, it's hard getting out of bed when you've got silk sheets. So, I don't know. I do find myself wondering if this is goodbye when he loses, and I think he loses. But I don't know how people are feeling about it, to be honest. Kind of hard to not read your comment when it's right there, says Kaz. Oh, what's going on? We got drama. Triple A said, why is WWE burying Gunther after he retired Cena and AJ? Why couldn't they make him not face Cody then? I think they make Cody retain again to set up Cody Randy or Cody Punk. I don't think they are burying him. I think we've got to be careful about using that word, because I don't think they're burying Gunther. I think, to bury Gunther would be for him to take a clean loss and then, start messing around in the mid-card. That would be a demotion for Gunther. But, what we're doing at the moment is we're kind of finding a way of trying to get some mileage out of this program. So, he could have beaten him at Clash in Italy and then that would have been it, right? Maybe done a rematch or something. But actually, Sammy's been inserted into this program and we've kind of found a way of stretching it out. So we've done Italy. We've done the match at SmackDown. They're going to face off in a triple threat at Night of Champions. I mean, there's every chance Gunther gets the win there. He might not. But again, if Cody pins Sammy to retain, is Gunther buried? I wouldn't say he was buried. I would just say that we haven't capitalized on the momentum that he had. But that might be because they quite fancy doing Cody Punk, or they've got some SummerSlam plan in place that requires Cody retaining. So I think if it really depends on how it plays out. If he gets pinned, if he's protected, what the SummerSlam card looks like, what would be next for him if he's not going to be WWE champion. I think that they should put the belt on Gunther. But as we said, if they really believe that Cody Punk for the title is like the match that is going to generate the most interest, and, putting the belt on Gunther right now doesn't work, like, from their creative plan point of view, then I can understand it. I don't see that as Gunther being buried. I just see it more as them kicking the can down the road. Like, Gunther will get it eventually, but just right now it makes more sense to stick with Cody because there's a couple of big, like, dream matches they can tick off, And they think that that'll get more interest than if they put the belt on Gunther and some of the options for Gunther. We've already done Punk Gunther. We did it last year at SummerSlam. So they might be looking at it going like, we've actually got more, interesting matches for Cody than we do for Gunther right now. So let's just kick the can down the road. So I wouldn't see it as, I don't think that would be the right, I don't think it would be a burial. Clothesline there by Montez. We're into the final part of this show now. Kick coming in there by Montez. Picking up Theory, driving him down. Montez looking out at the fans. Standing moonsault, going for the cover. 2. No joy. Okay, let's see if this can stick the landing. Bron breaker in. Bang. German by Bron. Clothesline by Theory. 1, 2. Kick out there by Montez. Kick out by Montez. Bron breaker is backing up in the corner. Crowd are still quiet here. Bron breaker charging over. Big kick coming in there by Montez. Over the other side. Picked up. Driven down. Bron breaker going over. Making the tag. In comes Theory. Montez against the ropes. He's got him up on the shoulders. Bron breaker going up. Going for a big bang. 1, 2. Dawkins makes the save. Dawkins makes the save. That gets like a gentle applause. Bron breaker back up on his feet. Going over. To the outside is Dawkins. Into the ring steps. No Punk. No Becky. Backstage Seth segment. No Roman. Maybe just missing a little bit of star power on this show. We did kick off with Oba. Okay, Bron trying to pick up Dawkins and struggled there, didn't he? Tried to get him up and it was a bit awkward. Ends up getting pushed into the ring posts. Logan's got the brass knucks. Here's Joe Hendry. It's on the edge of the ring already. Logan running through the timekeeper's area. Joe chasing after him. Wasn't really much of an appearance there, was it? He got a nice pop, though, from the audience. They're still singing. Here's Seth. We're pulling all the levers. Bron is... Oh, there's Seth jumping through the crowd. That's pretty fun, isn't it, if you was there live? Seth grabs the brass knucks, uses them on Theory. Bron breaker is distracted. He wasn't here long either. Seth's running away, going up the steps. Is that going to result in new champs? Bang! Montez with a massive splash. 2, 3, it is new champs. Street Profits have done it. Street Profits have picked up the win. It is and new. Street Profits win. I'm pleased for the Street Profits. Dub for the Street Profits, said Steph. Yeah, I'm really pleased for the Street Profits. That was a huge splash, wasn't it? That splash by Montez was absolutely flipping huge. Pyro is going off. I don't mind those belts being on the Street Profits. I think that's way more exciting than them being on the Vision. I still don't know what's bigger, actually. Is the Street Profits winning the tag belts bigger than the Lyra turn? I feel like this has just given me a couple of thumbnail options. Okay, there we go. The show comes to a close. And many congratulations to the Street Profits. I am really pleased for them, actually. I'm pleased for the Street Profits. I mean, it'd be great if we could, like, really ignite this Raw tag division. They needed that, said Kaz. They both have got babies on the way. They're going to need the extra cash. Oh, do they need the extra hassle, though? You know, you got babies on the way. That means that they're going to keep you up at night. Actually, if you've got kids on the way, it's probably better if you're not on TV. So, I mean, you know, you've been up all night with the kids. You get to Raw, and they're like, have you got anything for... No, we haven't got... Okay. Oh, that's a shame. But then you just go and have a sleep in catering. You know, you just get your head down, and you're like, oh, my God, yeah, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed I'm not on TV. Such a shame. Wake me up when the show's over, yeah. Like, but now they've gone, oh, you got kids on the way. Here's tag belts. Yeah, we're going to need you to defend them every week on a regular basis. Like, what? No! It's like I'm telling you, timing-wise, this is a flipping nightmare. Flipping nightmare. This is a rib. That's what's gone on here. Triple H is ribbing the Street Profits. That match was trash, says Tama. Do you know, I don't know if it was the crowd. I don't know if it's because it's a bit earlier than usual and I'm probably still not fully awake. But none of the matches on this show really grabbed me. None of the matches really got my attention. Even that main event, that had moments. Dawkins looked good at times. Montez looked good. Bron looked good at times. But I can't say that any of this stuff landed. I feel like the plane was circling. I don't feel like it landed for any of the matches. But it was a go-home show. It was okay. In the sense of, I don't think this is like an epic disaster. I think that there's moments in matches, and I think some of the segments were good. Some of the backstage stuff was good. But I do think this is one of the weakest Raws we've seen in a while. Yeah. And I don't think that crowd helped. Kaz said the crowd does play a part in matches. Tonight, London just didn't show up. I agree. Shame that it was a go-home show, because if this was just a normal episode, I think like Raw has been giving the crowd something to get their teeth into. But actually, I can't really say that for this show. So feel a little bit sorry for London that they got a go-home show. But no excuses. No excuses. Miss Dal Jr. said, do we think that UK can get a WrestleMania due to the mayor not putting in enough money? Everyone wants WrestleMania in the UK. If no one does want it, if you are a hater of passionate fans. What? Do we think the UK can get a WrestleMania? Yeah. Due to the mayor not putting in enough money? Well, that's the problem. Everyone wants WrestleMania in the UK. Mm-hmm. If no one does want it, you are a hater of passionate fans. I don't know what this means. I I don't know what you mean by the back end of it. The bottom line is, if the UK want Mania, you put in the bid. Simple as that. You put the bid in. So put the bid in London. That's it. You know, if I don't even know that. I mean, there's been no word that London has put a bid in, and the London mayor put a message out saying he wanted London to be like a sporting capital, and he mentioned like Super Bowl, Olympics, WrestleMania. Triple H saw that and immediately went, "Let's talk." And they did talk, and we saw the pictures. There is nothing to suggest that WWE are being the problem here. There is nothing to suggest WWE is the problem. I think WWE are very, very simple creatures. Show me the money. You show them the money, they'll give you the show, yeah? As proven by their relationship with Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, this is pretty straightforward stuff. And it's all on London to show the money. I remember some of the matches from 2 weeks ago, says Long Legs Diane. He's saying that anyone thinks that the UK has a bad crowd are haters. Oh, I thought that this was not a good crowd tonight. I don't think you're a hater if you didn't think this was a good crowd. I think London historically is a good crowd, and if we had WrestleMania, I'd still feel very confident that it would be fantastic from a crowd point of view. But I haven't got a problem with anyone saying that this crowd was not a good crowd, 'cause I agree. Kaz said, "Why should it be London? Come to Manchester." Well, they can bid for it. There's big stadiums up there, Old Trafford and the Etihad. So, I mean, there's big stadiums, there's big stadiums, decent-sized stadiums dotted all over the UK. So there's a few places that could put some bids in for it. You know, Birmingham's got Villa Park. I don't know, though. I don't know. I mean, obviously, when you think WrestleMania, you think 80,000. We don't have many stadiums that can do that, in all honesty. I mean, you are looking at Old Trafford, or I don't even know what Anfield is now. Anfield might have got to 70,000, which, if that is where they are, that would be okay. But you've got Twickenham and you've got Wembley in London. Both of those are 80,000 plus. So, yeah, we don't have loads on that scale, but there's plenty of like 50, 60,000. I don't know. It'd be Wembley, wouldn't it? I mean, Wembley's got the name as well. Internationally, everyone knows about Wembley, so I think it'd be Wembley. Street Profits, first ever tag team win NXT Raw. Oh, they're the first ones to win NXT Raw, SmackDown, WWE, and World Tag Team titles. Very good. Did we know that oh, it's gone. The thunderstorms are tearing me up, said Edwards. Block off the streets and set up the stage in front of Big Ben. Oh, what? Take a leaf out of the White House thing and just create a... Oh, bloody now. We can't even put a bid in for the thing. I don't know that we're going to create a temporary stadium. We can't even scramble together to find the money to put the bid in. Connor said, Days, is Becky taking a break or something? Because we haven't seen Becky since she lost her soul. Yeah, she's been over in Europe with Seth. So there's been pictures of them kind of doing the rounds over in Europe. So, yeah, I think she is just taking a bit of time. Did you see that we've now got the land to build? No, I didn't, James. Really? Has that... No, I didn't, James. How have I missed that? Oh, it was today. Came through today. That's big news, isn't it? That is big news. Man United have secured the majority of the land required to build the largest stadium. New Trafford is going to have 100,000 seats and it'll take 5 years to build. Wow. That's Big news. Some people might not have seen the plans, but that's the new... Whatever, consent. That's the new Man United stadium. Is there any other pictures? No, just that one. It's like a circus tent, but I like it, actually. I wasn't sure at first. But, yeah, I mean, it rains a lot in Manchester. So sort of having this cover the outside so that you can walk around out of the rain, that strikes me as a good thing. Do you know what I mean? In Manchester, it makes sense to kind of cover. I mean, it just makes sense. So I kind of like it. But, and it's different as well. You know, so many stadiums just look the same. It's kind of nice to have something that looks a bit different. But yeah, there has been people saying it looks like a circus tent, whatnot. So there's been a bit of banter over that, of course. But, yeah, I don't mind it. There's some different shots here. That's what it looks like. Kind of, and that would be inside. I think it's quite nice. I don't mind it. I don't know what this thing is up there. I've still not had any word as to what that is. I don't think it's an observation deck. I thought that's what it was at first, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But apparently this would be 100,000 seats. And we've just been trying to get some land, which has been very problematic. So that's exciting. I'm excited about that. That's really caused a lot of delay. If they've got that land now, we should be able to get moving. Good, James. Thank you. Do we think Night of Champions this weekend is a make or break for WWE on ESPN? Since it's been a disaster so far. No, I don't think it's make or break. I think that this is a difficult one because of the fact that it's at a different time. It's over in Saudi. I think if you was to pin your hopes on a show, this is not the show that I would be putting my hopes on. If ESPN went, look, this is make or break now, I'd be like, well, can it not be make or break on this one, please? Because, you know, it's at an earlier time. It's over in Saudi Arabia, which is very political, obviously. What with being over in the Middle East and everything, there's obviously just been issues over there, which we don't know if they're going to flare back up again or anything. So this is not the show for anyone to kind of try and make out is make or break. If it was to be anything, I'd point to SummerSlam. Because I'd be like, that's a 2-day event. It's our big show of the summer. It should be a big driver of interest. So, you know, if you want to make anything make or break, make it SummerSlam. But I don't even know where we are with those kinds of conversations. I mean, there has been chatter that ESPN are not happy with some of the numbers. I don't know if you're going to drastically be able to turn that round. I know that they obviously made that Italy card look quite stacked, and I'm sure SummerSlam's going to be a good card, but I wouldn't make Night of Champions make or break. Is there any NXT tag team that's gotten as far as the Street Profits after being called up, says Big Time? That's a great question. That's a really great question. I think the answer to that is no. Because if I think back to great tag teams, I'm thinking to Ascension, I'm thinking to American Alpha, I'm thinking to Revival, I'm thinking DIY, I'm thinking Undisputed Era, I'm thinking MSK in recent years, I'm thinking... did I say American Alpha? I can't remember. Blake and Murphy. Lucha Dragons. I mean, there's been lots of teams, but I don't know that I can make an argument. I mean, War Raiders, but they have not achieved as much as Street Profits. Not had the longevity either. Usos don't count. New Day obviously don't count. No, I think Street Profits might be the best tag team to have come out of NXT if you look at achievements and longevity. That's interesting, that. DIY, oh, not even close. No, they don't have the longevity, do they? I mean, if we're talking about who was the best tag team, just like ranking that way, but if we're talking about team to come out of NXT and spend the longest amount of time on the main roster and achieve like lots of championships throughout that time, I don't think there's anyone that's remotely getting close to the Street Profits. And it wouldn't be DIY, of course. It might have to be the War Raiders that might have to be number 2 in that regard. That's a good one, that. I like that. It's got me thinking if there's like a big name that I'm forgetting or something, but I don't think there is. Good. Okay. I've been on the channel for 4 years, Days. You should have the one you do podcast on one day. Oh, what? Tommy on here? No. I to be honest, it changes the dynamic. If I'm chatting with Tommy, it just sort of changes things. Plus also, to be honest, Tommy doesn't watch wrestling anymore. He used to watch it, and he used to have a YouTube channel about wrestling and wrestling figures. And I actually, his channel kind of stopped being as active. So I reached out to Tommy and I was like, do you want to do a podcast? And because my plan was, okay, if Tommy's not watching the stuff like now, let's talk about the history of wrestling. My plan for the Wrestling Escape Pod was to have a fun podcast where we speak about the history of wrestling. So you can actually see on the podcast, the first episodes are like WrestleMania, Money in the Bank, heels, masks. Like, we just do a different episode on a different topic. And my plan was to just do 300, 400, 500 episodes on different topics. And I thought, why not reach out to someone I've always found entertaining, someone that, has watched wrestling and been passionate about wrestling, and do that. So if you go back to the earliest episode of Wrestling Escape Pod, you'll see that there's about 20. We managed to do about 20 odd. But then, I don't know why. I think we went live, and I think we started interacting with the chat, and so it just really changed things. And then, it just stopped being what it was originally going to be. And now it's just, the way I look at it now is I don't even care if we talk about wrestling on it now. I just see it as an hour where I just want to try and have as much fun as possible. Whatever the conversation is, wherever the conversation goes, can we have fun with it, right? I don't care what we talk about or what we do. I don't care who comes on, but can we find it and make it entertaining? That is my challenge that I set myself. And sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But I sort of enjoyed the challenge, actually. I sort of enjoyed on a Thursday just like going in and really unprepared and just like, I don't know what this is going to be, but can we find some fun in there somewhere? And I kind of like that. So that's what it's become for me now. So yeah, we do that on a Thursday, and yeah, it's pretty fun. I enjoy it. But I don't know that it would make much sense to bring him on here. He doesn't really watch. So I'm not sure what he would be able to bring to the conversation. Big Time says AOP, Viking Raiders, Enzo Cass, Vaudevillains, Revival, American Alpha, Ascension, Wyatt Family. Oh, Wyatt Family's a good shout. Yeah, because technically Bray did go back to NXT and restart and do Wyatt Family. So Wyatt Family, definitely. That's very early in NXT. It's a bit FCW in truth. It kind of started in FCW, but there is NXT in there. DIY Undisputed Era, Fraxium, Sanity, Mustache Mountain Imperium, Pretty Deadly Creeds. Yeah. The only one that gives me pause for thought there is Wyatt Family. So that's interesting, but that's interesting. I'm still happy with Street Profits. I think they're still the best, most successful tag team with the longevity as well to come out of NXT. Days, would you like to see Bayley Lyra feud? Definitely. Days, is there a YouTuber wrestling show that you would like to work with? Says Wyatt6661. No. I genuinely don't watch any. And I'm not saying that as a hater or anything like that. But I focus on the wrestling shows and what the community is saying. And I look on X for news. And I do my watch-alongs and I do unseens. And that's what I do. I don't really watch any other like wrestling YouTubers. I don't really watch Wrestle Talk or Cultaholic or whoever else is out there. Certainly, obviously, people that stream at the same time, I'm not watching because I'm streaming. I'm sure there's brilliant people out there. I mean, obviously, I've seen the odd video here and there by people over the years, but I just, no. To be honest, if I'm going to jump on YouTube and watch something, it's probably going to be something football related, or it's going to probably be something, like I've said before, I like that Regeneration Nation channel. They just watch old comedy shows. So I think because I watch so much wrestling, if I'm going on YouTube, I'm watching something else, honestly. You know, I'm probably watching a video on the history of the Mega Drive, or I'm gonna watch an American couple watching some old British comedy shows. You know, I'm just doing, or I'm, trying to keep up with the news so that I know kind of what's happening in the world. So no, I really don't sit down and watch like other kind of wrestling YouTube channels. Which is why when I was like thinking of doing a podcast and getting a co-host, it was pretty simple for me to reach out to Tommy because he was someone I used to watch before I started my channel. I used to watch his toy hunts and I used to watch Grimm's toy show. So I think if we could have a guest on, like another wrestling YouTuber, it would definitely be Grimm because he was very influential to me. So, and another OG that I really appreciate, there's a couple actually. Luigi, Luigi, who used to, I think she still does reaction clips actually. She used to be like a real big deal. I don't know, I don't really see so much of her anymore, but she, I think, could be interesting because she is like an OG reactor, and I think she's still around. I think she still does stuff. Her stuff never pops up in my timeline or anything. So she's someone that I've got a lot of time for. And I've always liked wrestling with regret, to be honest. I mean, I've always appreciated the work that he's put in. And like some of his videos. He's someone that I've watched videos of in the past. So, and I'll tell you someone else I've seen a few videos from. That is Wrestle Me. So, Wrestle Me, those guys, I think they do brilliant work. And OSW Review. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, there's a few. Now I'm sat here thinking about it. I'm like, there's Wrestle with Regret. There's Wrestle Me. OSW Review. I've always liked Luigi. She's always come across as like a really nice person. I don't know any of these people, by the way. But yeah, those would be the ones. And obviously Wrestle with Andy that joins us on a regular basis as well. And Dave in real life that joins us on a regular basis. But yeah, the ones that were big inspirations to me were Tommy and Grimm. So they're the ones I've got a lot of time for. So, but I can't say that I'm like looking to, reach out or work with anyone. My plate is pretty full, to be honest. Big Time said, with many of those tag teams, every time they get called up, Vince only cared for Usos New Day. Street Profits were an act that Vince was like, oh, I like these guys. Yeah, They've done well. They've done really well. Miss Dell Jr. said, Days, WWE in 2022 and 2023 only had 18 pay-per-view events for WWE and NXT. 2024, it had 21. Last year, it had 33. Yeah, there was a big increase. So it's definitely a double-edged sword, because for me personally, it's obviously good to have more shows. I think that does, we do get a lot of people like, oh, do you not like UFC anymore? And I think you've just made a really good point there about how there's been a big explosion, a big increase in PLEs from WWE when you add in the NXT shows as well and the Saturday night main events. So we have seen a drastic increase. For me, it's good because I love streaming on a Saturday when, like, you know, chatting with you guys. So, you know, it's kind of good for in that regard, but I don't think it's helped with booking. I think it's hard to constantly be building to the next show, to the next show, to the next show, to have like 2-3 weeks turnaround. I think that's a challenge. I don't think it's helped. So it's a double-edged sword, to be honest. I'm going to make a bunch of cheeseburgers, said William. It is kind of nice to have the rest of the evening, isn't it? I mean, I'm about to go and do the breakdown. I know we've been chatting about a few bits and bobs, but I'm about to go do the breakdown. And yeah, it's kind of nice in a way to kind of have the evening off. Not that I've got the evening off. I'm going to be probably setting up the weekend streams. And I don't know that we'll fit in a member stream. We might have to do the Q&A stream tomorrow. But yeah, I'd like to get an unseen done as well if possible, but that might not be possible. Yeah, we'll see. But it is kind of nice. I definitely need to get some food. When it comes to being a Hall of Fame candidate for the tag teams, do we think any tag teams or factions in NXT, like Undisputed Era, make it? No, I wouldn't think so. I think that, for me, NXT is developmental. I think that fill-in TV time in NXT is important. You can certainly contribute to NXT, but that is developmental. I think Hall of Fame for me is getting to the main roster, carrying those top world titles, you know, going around the world. I don't think contributions to NXT, just NXT, is enough to get into the Hall of Fame. There could be exceptions. I would never want to say you could never do it. You know, maybe there's someone that's just in NXT for 10 years, puts on absolute bangers, makes NXT the brand to tune into, and, you know, just for some reason never moves up. I don't know how that would work, but I would say Undisputed Era had a good impact and certainly had a good few years in NXT, but I can't say that that was enough for them to go into the Hall of Fame, unless you do like an NXT wing. If you do an NXT wing, that's a different argument, isn't it? But no, I think like getting to the main roster, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Rumbles, PLE appearances, European tours, Raws, SmackDowns, world titles. This is, you know, the benchmark. That's the, you know, NXT really is about getting you ready for all of that. So I think you need to go to the main roster to, yeah, be going into the Hall of Fame. But I couldn't say that that's a hard rule, because, as I said, every rule has got an exception. So for me, if there's someone that for some reason spends 10 years in developmental and kills it, a bit like Johnny did, you know, where he was in, like, you know, NXT for a long time, putting on lots of bangers, really being like, you know, Mr. NXT, if you will. But even Johnny, if he never went up, I don't know. I mean, would you say Johnny is a Hall of Famer right now? I would struggle to say that he is. And, I mean, he's probably the biggest impact that NXT's ever seen. If you think about how many 5-star matches he had, and the fact that he was in DIY, the tag team, he was NXT champion. As we said, he had loads of banger matches. He was in NXT for 8 years, all that stuff. I think if you're doing an NXT Mount Rushmore, most people would put Johnny onto it. I certainly would. I'd be really hard pushed to say Johnny's going into the Hall of Fame right now. So, no. Will you do the Connor fight on July 11th? Because there's no WWE. I think so, yeah. I am currently under the impression we're doing it, yeah. Purple said there was no OTC, so I'm disappointed. Shining Wizard said if we just put everyone in the Hall of Fame... Oh, it's gone. Sheamus is past his prime. He's only now going to be putting people over. James said, with Damien going to AAA, are we going to see some new tag champs? We could do. I mean, I don't know that... I don't know how much more we can get out of Damien and R-Truth, really. So we could see a title change there. Big Time said, if you're Johnny Gargano, is it easy to say, you know what, I'm out of here when the deal is up? I think it's a shame he's stuck in a position he's in because I'm sure he'd like to stay. I don't think it's easy to say I'm out of here. It depends how frustrated he is. I mean, he's getting paid good money, and WWE is probably the promotion he grew up watching and dreaming of being in, you know? I know that he's a big fan of collecting the Mattel figures, for example. And, you know, I think, for me, if I made it in WWE, even if I was being used badly, it'd be really difficult for me to walk away. My dream has, you know, as I was growing up, was never to be competing in AEW. Or MLW or New Japan, you know, my dream would have been WWE, WrestleMania, SummerSlam. I don't think that's ever an easy thing to walk away from. Unless you are so unhappy that there's just not an option, you know. Mason Holiday has gone, and she put a video out saying, like, she was in tears, like how unhappy she was. And, you know, for her, it just was a no-brainer that she needed to go. Sasha walked out because I think for her, it was a no-brainer she needed to go. So, I don't know. I mean, I can't comment on Johnny about how is it going to be easy for him to walk away. You'd have to ask him. But I would imagine the answer is no. And I would imagine that he is ever hopeful that better creative is just round the corner. Do we think LA Knight is one of the biggest missed opportunities right now? I don't know. We kind of had an LA Knight conversation the other day, so I don't feel like we need to go back to it. People are divided on LA Knight. I think he's got a lot of support, but then I think there's a lot of people as well that don't really see it. I think I'm more in that camp in the sense of I've just seen another LA Knight match on this show, and it was not good. Granted, he was wrestling against Jimmy Uso in a singles match. I mean, you know, but I just don't get excited for his matches. I mean, if he was a world champion, I just don't think his matches would be very good. But, you know, he's connected with the fans. He's got his supporters. If he won a world title, I would certainly not be standing in his way or complaining. I think there's enough people out there that want to see it happen. I'd just be pleased for them. But it's not something I'm personally campaigning for. And it's something which, you know, I can sort of see that there are other options that Triple H might find more interesting. But it's undeniable that he made a connection with the audience, and it's undeniable that there was a decision that needed to be made of, do we pull the trigger on this guy? And, of course, you've got a lot of people online saying, yes, they absolutely should have. I honestly can't tell you what I would have done if I was in Triple H's shoes, because I just don't find his promos to be that great. I think he's a very confident talker, but I think a lot of the stuff he says is nonsense. I think a lot of the time he just says stuff, but he says it with confidence that people, and then throws in catchphrases. It's only rarely I find him saying something that I go, oh, that's a good line. A lot of the time he'll say stuff, like on today's show as well. Adam Pearce is like, it's going to be you versus Jimmy. And LA Knight was like, scrap that. How about Jimmy versus me? And Jimmy went, he just said that. He went, yeah, but I don't listen to him. And I was like, okay, yeah. I can see there's like summit there, but like it didn't blow me away. Like I was like, I'm sure other people probably heard it and laughed their heads off, but I was like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't wish him any ill will, but I just don't get it. For me, it's a bit like Joe Hendry. I don't get Joe Hendry. So again, if people are going to be like, should we pull the trigger on Joe Hendry? My answer would be no. I just don't get it. I don't care for him to be a world champion. But there's going to be a load of people out there that are going to want it. I ain't going to stand in your way, you know? So there we go. I think it's a difficult one. Like most things in this world, there's split opinion. There's going to be people that are passionately for, and then there's going to be people that, you know, are passionately against. I'm not in the passionately against column. I'm in the I can see is popular, but it's not something I'm caring for. Kaz said, I'm a fan of LA Knight, but the whole obsession with the bloodline is getting a bit boring. Connor said, what do we think of Solo spiking Jimmy by accident? It wasn't by accident. It wasn't by accident. He smiled at him and then delivered it. That was on purpose. Is this supposed to be like Vince and Stone Cold? Who? Big Time said, even when I watch LA, he feels like someone that's getting forced, not because the company wants it, but because the online fans are putting him in those situations. I don't know. I mean, like, again, I don't want to send mixed messages or anything. I don't wish him any ill will. I don't hate him. I don't have no problem with him whatsoever. So I wish him all the best. But, and if he wins, great. I'll be pleased for those that are happy about it. But it's just not something I'm campaigning for. It's a conversation that's a bit tricky for me because I think people bring this to the chat and bring this to light thinking that it's like, yeah, he's robbed, he should be. 'Cause I would imagine that's what a lot of other people are saying. But I just cannot give you a long list of great LA Knight matches. And that is something that I do look for, you know. For me personally, I enjoy Ilya, I enjoy Carmelo, I enjoy Sami Zayn, I enjoy Chad Gable. I enjoy people that are able to get in there and really grab my attention with their in-ring work. And I just don't find that he does that. And as I said, I do also find his promos to be very catchphrase heavy, which is fine, no problems. But like, you know, Jay's got the yeet thing. I mean, that kind of goes, I get tired of that. Him going, yeah, you know, let me talk to you, stuff like that, fine. It doesn't do anything for me. Just like when Cody comes down and goes, what do you want to talk about? Or Jay comes out and does the yeet thing, like, fine. But really, I'm more interested in what else you've got to say. And I just don't ever find that his promos always deliver. They're always delivered with confidence, though. I mean, his delivery is one of his best parts, one of his best things. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if he does finally get there. There's plenty of people that hope that he will. Let's get the score, and we are going to do the breakdown. We've kind of stuck around and had a little general chat, which I really don't mind doing, but it has delayed our breakdown a little bit. But that's okay. Let's pop this there. Let's go there. Okay, you lot said that the main event was great 63. Possibly helped by the shenanigans at the end. And new champs. I can't say that I personally was too crazy about it, but there we go. You lot scoring it great 63. Okay, I'm going to go and do the breakdown. Appreciate everyone that's joined us, as this was early, of course, and probably has caught a few people off guard. We're back again tomorrow. It's a go-home show for NXT tomorrow as we build our way towards Great American Bash. Don't know that that's going to mean that it's a great episode, but it's probably going to be worth tuning in for as we head towards this weekend. And it's back at a better time as well, so that's nice. And then, obviously, we're heading towards a pretty big weekend of wrestling with Night of Champions and Great American Bash, so plenty coming up, especially the breakdown. That'll be happening in a moment on the channel, so thanks for joining. Really do appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, and I will see you again in a moment. Bye for now.